Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature, and welcome to the beautiful, green, lush Okokoyo in Namibia. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and I am very, very, very excited to see what today is going to hold for us. And of course, looking forward to all of your questions, your comments, anything you might like to send through. Please do get in touch with me. Remember, this is your safari, and I would love to hear from all of you. But for now, how beautiful is Okokoyo? So far, no massive activity yet, but we do have some springboks, and I have checked in with the Egyptian geese, made sure everyone is all right. And I am really excited to see what we will see today. Hopefully, we'll get a predator here in Okokoyo, or maybe Djuma. I would be very, very happy with that, or even just a black rhino. I'm so jealous of the black rhino that Alex had, but it really is going to be a wonderful day. But as you can see, it's a fairly gloomy day here in Okokoyo. However, that is perfectly fine. As I say, we never know what might happen. But speaking of which, let's take a look at the weather in today's locations. It seems it will be cloudy for the most part of the day in most of our locations. But that's alright. As I say, we never know what to expect. And of course, we never have any expectations. We can only but hope and wish that Mother Nature gives us some surprises. But I really am looking forward to spend the day with all of you. And let me know what you would like to see today, what you are looking forward to, what you would like to chat to. As all of you know, as naturalists, we are always keen on a good conversation. So please do let us know what you would like to talk about. I'm just trying to scout for some springbok lambs, but nothing yet. Alrighty. I'm going to look for the babies, as you know, that's what I do. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can say good morning to him.
Hello and good morning from Kariega, down here in the Eastern Cape. I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And we started the day with a nice dazzle of zebras right on the edge of Scotia Dam. Oh, a little bit of antsy-pantsy going on here. So it is going to be an absolute cooker of a day here today. There's a little bit of thin, wispy cloud cover, but the sun is already starting to beat down quite fiercely. So I'm sure that's going to draw a lot of the animals towards the water today. And 100%, it's a beautiful start to the day. Sun is out, animals are doing their thing, everybody's happy. I'm not too sure what all the little bickering amongst these zebras was about, but they seem to have settled down for the moment. Yeah, hopefully these sort of thinnish, wispyish clouds that we've got, I'm sure they'll burn off throughout the day, but it'll be nice if we have them all the way through to sunset. We'll have a stunning sunset, with them adding just a little bit of character to the skyline. And see, we've got some Inyala that have come down for a little bit of a drink, top right hand side of the frame. One male, one female. So you can see that male, he's got that darker coloration of an adult, of a more mature animal. But you can see in terms of his horn length, still a little bit short. So he's most likely going to be sort of 2.5 years, somewhere there possibly. Remember, in terms of that change of coloration from that rusty orangey color that we can see of the females, those males will be born like that, but then just over a year, sort of 14, 15 months or so, they start to slowly transition in color to that darker coloration. They get that longer spread of hair underneath their neck there. Remember, on top of their back they will get that white hair that grows all the way along that top ridge line of the back. It's beautiful. Got a few little yellow-billed ducks as well swimming around. And we've got our zebras in the foreground, just slowly moving around. What a lovely way to start our escape to nature here at Kariega. Nice and peaceful. It's a nice sort of backdrop, that bluish color of the water. Such a nice background color there. It's so refreshing. It's there's nothing wrong with having a sort of greenish brownish background of the grasses. I feel like whenever you look at water, it just refreshes you. It's vibrant, it's alive, it's so crucial to obviously the survival of all of these animals out here. It's nice to have a little bit of a different change in terms of background colors of the photo. Robert, it depends where they are. Migration happens because of food, in terms of needing to head to new areas for greener pastures. So in terms of East Africa, we all know about the wildebeest migration, but there are zebras that migrate with them. There's around 200 to 300,000 zebras that will migrate with them. So in those areas they definitely are migrating to follow the rains, which in turn will bring the nice green pastures. Remember, zebras prefer those more sort of intermediate length grasses if they can be that selective and choose. Whereas at a place here like Kariega, they don't need to migrate. There's enough good solid nutrients in all of the grasses throughout the whole year, so there's no need for them to migrate here. You look at certain areas in Botswana when the water dries up there completely, you may find some zebras migrating there. A lovely way to start our day here. Alrighty, while the animals are slowly shuffling around the waterhole here, I think let's take you across to Lisa and Okukuyo and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning. I hope you are doing well and love that you are having zebras. I also hope we see some zebras today with their little ones. Of course, that will be super duper, but for now we've got Egyptian geese little ones, so I am very, very happy with this. I'm just trying to count all of them. As always, they are making it a little bit tricky. Let me just 1, 2, 3. Chickadees, come out from the rocks. I need to do roll call. Need to make sure all of our children are accounted for. And can I just say, I cannot believe how big these little ones have become. I know I say that every single time, but jeez, this is insane. But once again, just goes to show how incredible Mother Nature is when it comes to all of these automatic defense mechanisms. Of course, growing up faster, they can defend themselves much quicker. They can run away much quicker. Alright, so I see 5. Oh my goodness, are we playing hide and seek? What is happening? Children! Well, we shall be patient, as always. As you know, at Wild Earth, that is what we do. We wear our patience pants and hope for the animals to come out. In my case, it's a family of Egyptian geese. Michelle, good morning, and thank you as always for your super comments. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I missed all of you too. It really has been, it hasn't been that long. I was gone for 6 days, but it really does feel like a lifetime. Even this morning when I arrived at FC, it felt like I had to reintroduce myself to everyone. But thank you so much, Michelle, and I have missed all of you too. So much, and I've been keeping up myself with Escape to Nature. I was even watching Trishala manage the dam cams, which was super cool. And of course Alex and Andrew and Tess and everyone. It's really just so good to be back. And I see 6 chickadees. All of them are still fine and safe and sound. And of course here in Okukoyo they don't run as much risk as they would per se in Djuma, for instance. And there can be various reasons for that. One of them being that there is not necessarily as much predator activity around this waterhole currently as we have in Djuma, but also the fact, that it is very vast and open, so they can see from far away should something try to ambush them. But then again, you never know. I just think they are brilliant parents for the mere fact that they still have all 6 their little ones accounted for. Good morning, Springbok. It really is so great to see all of the animals, even though we do see these animals, specifically the geese and the springbok, on a daily basis. It's almost like you miss them, and I'm sure all of our naturalists will agree with me when I say that. When you go on leave, yes, it's a good break, and you get to do other things and catch up with people and be a human again, but it's always good to see the animals again when you come back. Because ultimately it's like family. Just like all of our directors and our tech team and everything, when you come back, it's good to see everyone again. So it definitely is super to see our wonderful springbok again. I'm still just on the scout for some lambs. I have not yet found any, but of course they do lie down, so it can be rather tricky to actually spot them. Yes, we can still see you. You are not the same color as the tree, so good attempt though at camouflaging. But please do let me know what all of you have been up to and what has been your most memorable moments on Escape to Nature these past few days. As I say, I did try to stay updated with everything that's happened, but let me know what has been your favorite moment or sighting that we've had recently. I would love to hear from you. I know, if I'm not mistaken, it was a massive flock of storks that we had. And that was quite cool. I was actually hoping for that today, so hopefully we'll get to see that. Oh, good morning, wildebeest. Very well camouflaged. And the zebra. Goeiemorgen. You see, when you put positive energy out there, it just sometimes happens. Mother Nature says, all right, calm down, I hear you. Here's your pajama donkeys. Not a foal amongst them. I shall address that. See what is happening here. Why did you not bring me a baby? Goodness. All right. While I scold these pajama donkeys, I'm going to send you over to Tess so she can say good morning.
Everybody, we had to brothers and just to get them to move. Escape to Nature this morning to get a they have just all vacated and walk off. Go.
Oh man, sorry about that. We do apologize about that. We shall try to get Tess and her kitty cats back as soon as we can. I can just imagine how excited she is right now. She's a near and dear friend to me, and I know she doesn't, of course, get to see cheetahs in the Sabi Sand, so I can only imagine how badly she wants to share that awesome sighting with all of you. So we shall try to do it as soon as possible, but for now, I'm done with the scolding. I've spoken to the zebras, asked them, if you do come again, please just make sure. It's sort of like an entrance fee, when you come to our waterhole here in Okokoyo, you have to have a baby. Or you have to do something really fantastic, like ride on the back of a giraffe, or just something. But they know the drill now, so I've addressed it. We are all good. Everyone has been informed. No one will arrive again without babies. No, I'm just kidding. Can't be that strict. Mother Nature will show me what she's made of if I'm that cheeky. But I really am hoping to see some elephants today. Whether it's here on Juma, you're probably thinking, Lisa, you just want to see elephants anytime. Whether it's on Sunset Safari or Escapes Nature, whichever location we are in, you just want to see elephants. Can you blame me though? They really are magnificent creatures, as are these beautiful, beautiful springbok and wildebeest and the zebras. Even though they were naughty this morning, that is perfectly fine. And please, if you do see any lambs lying around, let me know. I've got my eyes peeled and I'm literally scanning every nook and cranny just to make sure I don't miss one. But of course, many of them still have to give birth. Even though there has been quite a bit of rain here in Okokoyo, of course it's not nearly sufficient enough. And some females just haven't given birth yet, so that's perfectly fine. Of course, we do encourage live births. Ladies, if you're listening, yes, we are talking to you. If you are a pregnant springbok out there, ready to give birth, just give me a cuckoo, and I will gladly be able to share it with all of our viewers. And also these springbok are really, really nice and round. I'm actually trying to figure out if some of them are still, in fact, these that we are looking at, if they are pregnant or if they are just enjoying this lush green grass. Of course, all of them are not females. With springbok, both male and female have horns. I think these animals are loving the rain season. Of course, a lot of the birds as well. And hopefully one of these days we can expect to see some flamingos as well. But it really is just so incredible to see all of these animals thriving, enjoying the green and lush surroundings, the flowers. Nance, I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Good morning. You would like to know if they protect rhinos in Namibia? Of course, yes, absolutely. And unfortunately, rhino poaching is a massive thing all over Africa. In Namibia, this region specifically, you will find the largest population of the black rhino. And then, of course, in southern Africa, we also have the white rhino. But sadly, both of them are endangered. At this stage, the numbers stand as the black rhino being more endangered. But yes, there definitely are attempts. We've got conservation management and organizations all over Africa, and specifically over here in Etosha. This is a national park. So they do have rangers, they've got anti-poaching, they've got conservation management trying to protect the rhinos as much as they can. And for the most part, they are always eyes on the rhinos. And when I say eyes, I mean cameras and things, but there are actively always people, sort of walking with the rhinos as well, making they are safe. Which is a sad thing when you think about that, because I never thought I would have to actually say that out loud one day. So just to get back to the rhino poaching, and many of you that are avid watchers or viewers of Escape to Nature, you will know that I touch on this frequently and as often as I can, and you allow me to. But yes, rhino conservation is probably one of the rhino and elephant, and really any conservation is one of the most expensive non-profit organizations that you'll have ever, I think. Because there really are a lot of resources that go into it. But of course, as conservationists and as wildlife enthusiasts, we do as much as we can to protect the beautiful, beautiful rhinos. Not just the black rhino here in Okokoyo, but the white rhino as well in all of southern Africa. Anyway, I'm going to try to send you back to Tess so you can see she's still got her beautiful, beautiful cheetahs.
We have the amigos indeed. They have just started relaxing in the shade. It is heating up like crazy. And I think their morning adventures have left them rather tired. I had a gut feeling that they might be very close to where Morgan and I stay this morning. I even opened the door this morning and had a quick scan with my binoculars. But I didn't see them. But it turns out they came to find us. So what a great way to start our morning. Don't know if you got it earlier, but my name is Tess. I'll be taking you out for Escape to Nature this morning. Thank you, Morgan. Morgan's behind the camera, as usual, commenting, chirping. I wish we could hear the cheetahs chirping. That would be even better. That beautiful little chirping call that they make. And of course, it looks like, as usual, they were very active and now they are definitely looking like they want to have a nap. Two of them with their heads up on the left, one completely flat on the right. And I think the one on the right might be the one with the collar. We've been trying to figure it out. Morgan also thinks it's the one on the right. I thought either far left or far right. I don't know. But with their heads in the tall grass like that, is quite tough to tell. Yes, the one in the middle is the only one that we have a gap of at the moment. So it looks like they've been on quite an adventure. We noticed looking out across the valley this morning that there were some eland, there were black wildebeest, mountain zebra. What else was there? Waterbuck, yes, there were waterbuck. Giraffe. And a giraffe, yes. So there was this wealth of plains game kind of hanging out on the edge of the mountain coming down the slopes. And they started kind of running in weird circles, and as Morgan looked up, he spotted one of these amigos sticking its head out from behind a bush and then actually coming out, and it looked like they were trying to almost chase them, but we were still quite far away, and then as we got closer, they moved off. I think they gave up on their hunting mission because the animals, the eland in particular, were starting to chase them. And so I think they've overheated their bodies this early in the morning, and now they've given up on the hunt. But for them, it's good practice regardless, which is amazing. They've practiced some hunting skills and now they are relaxing. Sophia, I'm not sure which of the three would always lead them, but I would think it would be the one with the collar because apparently he is a month older. So he seems to be the more dominant of the three. Morgan is agreeing, saying he's seen them do that before, and the one with the collar seems to be the leader of the band of almost brothers. They can't be direct brothers if the one is a little bit older than the other two. So I suppose he would be the one that would lead the charge. But remember, even though they are together now, if an opportunity arises and one of them goes for a hunt, the others might not necessarily join in. So as much as they usually hunt together, it doesn't always have to be like that. So if one of them has wandered off a little bit, a spring hare or a scrub hare pops up next to it, they will definitely go for it. And personally, I would love to see a cheetah go after a spring hare because spring hares are very strange looking things and they bounce around and change direction really, really fast. So it would be quite an interesting chase with two of the faster and stranger animals out here, I suppose. But I'd love to see all three of them kind of up and moving. And I think the more patient we are with them, not only today, but over the next month, I think Morgan and I will have some great sightings. Especially since they've been spending so much time so close to where we live. So even if we aren't expecting it, sometimes they find us, I suppose. Now, it's interesting, there have still been some other animals milling around, so I wonder if anyone will come closer because they definitely saw where the cheetahs disappeared. Maybe they'll investigate. Elizabeth, divisions between the brothers, I would imagine, would be any form of pressure or stress that might cause them to kind of fragment or to break up. Maybe they won't do it permanently, maybe it will be a temporary split and they'll find each other again, but it would definitely be a possibility. And that could be anything like, for example, a hunt going wrong and pressure from something large like an eland or even a black wildebeest, pushing them and they have to split up, in which case it'll be temporary. They'll probably find each other again later in the day if they've been chased in different directions. But if we're looking at more serious stresses, things like habitat changes, so if there's a massive decrease in the amount of food available, you might find that it would be easier for them to find food on their own instead of working together as a group, and then they might choose to split up so that it benefits their survival. But you could also have pressures like competing over females. If a female came in, or they found a female and they were competing, I'd imagine the one with the collar being the most dominant would be the first one to want to mate, but they will have competition amongst themselves, and so if it gets severe enough, that could also cause them to break away from each other, cause a bit of friction or tension. But it could be anything. It could even be human-related pressure, which luckily here doesn't seem to be one of the factors, but unfortunately in the world that is the way things go sometimes. And if people push too much, then the animals might have to react, and you never, ever, ever want an animal to react, so you want to be as ethical as possible always. And unfortunately it's not always the case, so that might also be an influence. But there are many different things, it might even be something like environmental changes, weather changes. It can be something as random as a flash flood or something as calculated as competing over a female. It really just depends. Oh, the one on the right definitely heard something there. So there were some black wildebeest down in the valley. I wonder if it's hearing them. I don't know if they would actively go for an adult wildebeest. It's quite chunky. Maybe a calf, though. For sure, a calf. They looked like they were chasing the eland.
Well, they went for an adult kudu.
And they went, yes, they got an adult kudu. That's very true.
I've seen them go for a giraffe.
Yeah, chasing giraffe. And the newborn. You saw them going for the newborn as well.
What?
The little tiny baby giraffe.
Adult.
Oh, but which cheetahs then were...
Those were
Oh, was that the females? Okay. The female with the little ones. Sorry. Okay, I'm getting my cheetahs crossed here. But yes, they have, I suppose because they're working in a group, they have been focusing on slightly larger prey. If it was one cheetah on its own, more likely to go for something like a mountain reedbuck, an impala, a springbuck, anything small. But with the three of them together, they are quite a formidable force. I don't know if they're maybe just practicing trying to go for eland, because that weighs pretty much a ton. So much bigger than them. But an eland calf, definitely they would go for. And there were a few in that herd. Maybe we'll find the herd just now. It was the same herd we saw down on the other side yesterday, because it was the female with the one horn. And she was the one chasing them. They've got to be careful. James, cheetahs and leopards do have some common characteristics, although not altogether that many. You know that they're not even in the same genus. So probably the most common trait between them is that they're both big cats and they have spots. Leopards, however, are more rosettes than spots over the majority of the body, but they do have spots on the tail, on the legs, on the face, and that would be very common with cheetahs. Cheetahs don't have any rosettes though, so there's a difference there. They also, I suppose, common in the use of the tail for balance, much more so than lions, because lions aren't really that good at climbing, but cheetahs use the tail for balance, especially when running, while leopards will use the tail for balance when climbing trees and in tricky situations. So those are some of the commonalities. Their ears look very similar, so the black and white on the back of the ears is common between leopards, cheetahs, and lions. And I suppose the black eyelid as well is common, but cheetahs have that tear stripe coming all the way down past the snout as well, which leopards don't have. So there's definitely some common characteristics. Teeth look very, very similar, but leopards are much larger. Digestive system is the same. Both considered big cats. What did you boys hear that you're sitting up? But in every other respect, they're quite different. Cheetahs are tall, slender, with a very thick tail. Leopards are short and compact, also thick tail, but not as thick as a cheetah's. And leopards and cheetahs, the reason they're in different genuses, I don't know if you knew this, is because leopards and lions and tigers are all capable of roaring, growling, all of those very big guttural sounds with their voice box, where cheetahs are not capable of doing that. They chirp when they're calling each other as a contact call, and they hiss and they purr. So they are much more on their own in that regard, where lions, leopards, tigers, jaguars, they're all in the Panthera genus, where cheetahs are in the Acinonyx genus. So it's completely different genus because of those vocalizations being different. Also remember, cheetahs have claws that don't retract, where leopards have claws that do retract. Because cheetahs need the claws out when they're gathering speed, where leopards need the claws to stay protected so that they can catch their prey with the claws, keep them sharp, but also use them to climb trees. Cheetahs will just need them out all the time to get some friction on the ground when building up to speeds of 120 kilometers per hour. But other than that, I can't really think of that many similarities between the two. Habitat can be shared, but cheetahs prefer more open, leopards prefer more dense, especially with taller trees. So kind of different, but also kind of similar. It's a half and half. Right, whatever made them sit up just now, they've clearly forgotten about and have started relaxing again. But you will notice that two of them still have their heads up. So as much as the one on the right is having a decent snooze, he is still awake and alert enough that he'll hear something coming, but he's also relying on the fact that the two brothers will keep him updated if anything's coming along, having their heads up. A slight advantage to hearing things coming. But I think they'll probably settle here for the day. This is quite a nice thicket, so it's a decent amount of shade. So for them, they don't really need to go anywhere from here. They'll just follow the shade as it moves. And then the nice thing is if they wait it out here, the wind is blowing from right to left. You can see the grass is leaning over towards the left. If they wait it out here, all the animals have been downwind of them, which is fantastic. They're on the right-hand side. They're down in the valley. So if they wait for long enough, the animals might forget that they're here. And as the day continues, they might get some more hunting opportunities, with animals moving closer and forgetting the cheetahs were here at all, with their scent blowing away from all of those plains game animals. I said downwind, I meant upwind. Wow.
Haven't had coffee.
I haven't had coffee today. No, we had load shedding. We had no power. Morgan and I haven't had coffee, everyone. Can you tell? Lost our marbles because we have a shortage of caffeine. I suppose a dose of cheetah makes up for it, though. Totally worth it. So I'm really impressed that this is only my second day at Amakhala, and already I've seen the amigos twice. Yesterday was such a successful day. I think both Morgan and I were very, very happy yesterday. And this is already such a cracking start to the day, so I'm excited to see what else we can find today. We will spend a bit of time with the amigos this morning just to see if any other animals do come back this way. If they do get up and move, it would be nice to have a look at them moving. But the nice thing is, because of all the animals that they were chasing, we know that there are zebras around, there are wildebeest around, there's eland, probably kudu as well, giraffe, waterbuck. So there are going to be some other things for us to have a look at here today as well. Some of the things that I'm not used to seeing. So hopefully they come closer and the amigos might even have a go at them again for us. But for now, we'll wait and see what happens. Hopefully that is the case, and we'll send you over to Lisa, who is at the Djuma Dam Cam with some animals that are enjoying the sun.
Tess, I love you, but it feels like you're, na 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 na. It feels like you're doing that to me right now. But that's fine, because I've got terrapins. Na 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 na. These two are just chilling in the sun, and they are really loving it. They've been sitting like this for quite a while, and of course, reptiles will find themselves like this often for the whole day. They are ectothermic. They need outer resources to heat themselves up, and so they will just relax like this the entire day. And of course, there is some dung amongst them. So before I tell you about the dung, I would like to hear from you first. What dung do you think this is? What animal defecated here and did its business? I would love to hear from you. It's not fresh. If it was fresh, I would be very excited. But sadly, it is not. It's always so interesting when you look at all of the different animals, especially your vegetarian animals that defecate in the water and urinate while they are lying in the water or wallowing. And the other animals don't seem to mind. But interestingly enough, you will never say never. You will very rarely find that, or almost never find that with your carnivores. So you won't really see leopards and lions and cheetahs even defecating in the water. And it's just such a brilliant way of Mother Nature just doing what she does best. Of course, they have a lot of acid and a lot of nastiness, to simplify it, in their dung. As do, other animals, but the vegetarians have much... How do I say this? They have purer dung. I don't know if that makes sense, but you catch my drift. Whereas your lions, all of those animals that feed on meat, they have a lot of acidic content in their dung, which is often you'll hear the naturalist, if they drive through lion dung or leopard dung, they'll immediately, sort of announce it, because you really do smell it. And so those animals don't really defecate in water holes, but of course this is not in the water hole. This is a vegetarian animal that defecated here. Luckily not while the terrapins were here, I hope. I don't know. But what animal do you think defecated here? Was it perhaps an antelope? A zebra? A rhino? What do you think? And again, it's very interesting when you look at these two, of course they are lying opposite sides. And we see that so many times with so many species, the antelopes, even cheetahs, we often see it with our amigos. And it could be for various reasons, but again, our common knowledge and logic tells us that it's most probably because they are having a lookout for one another. Should something dangerous be approaching them, they can, I don't know how they're going to alert each other, slap each other or do something, and then of course retreat back into the water where it's safe. But enough talking nonsense about the terrapins. I just want to check the water hole and see that we are not potentially missing out on any animals. Other animals, I should say. We never disregard any of them, small or big. Reptiles, mammals. Ooh, look at that. You see? We are winning at life. So often when I was still actively guiding and I picked up guests from the airport and you're driving to the lodge and they see their first impala and their first zebra, it's like, oh my gosh, and they take about 1,000 pictures of one impala. And here by the 4th day or so, they're like, oh, another impala. But I still get excited for every impala, for every warthog, for every dung beetle, for every elephant, from big to small. They really are so incredible, all of these species. Whether you're observing a cheetah, and of course, visually, some animals are more stimulating to us than other animals, such as an elephant or lion or leopard. I know that is always, doesn't matter where you go and where you are from, that is always the one animal that everyone wants to see is a leopard. Whether they are guests from Brazil, whether they are guests from South Africa or Australia, everyone wants to see a leopard. But I think if we get excited about everything and, sort of observe all of them and get excited about all of their behaviors and interactions and everything. Because think about it, without these guys, leopards don't have food. Yes, they could go for something else, but all of your antelope for that matter, all of them have some role. And I'm not saying, the only reason impalas are on the are in the wild is because they provide food. Of course, they have an ecological role as well, just like anything else. I'm just trying to establish if they are alone, because there don't seem to be any lambs with them, nor a male. But perhaps they are just catching up, or perhaps they are just in the bush, out of reach for us. Gooey, hi beautiful. Oh, aren't they just magnificent? They really are such elegant and beautiful, and I don't want to say dainty, but just stunning animals. Right, I got distracted there for a moment. We shall get back to the impalas in just a bit. I do just want to make sure that we are not missing anything here at the waterhole. Because I think that happens quite frequently. We focus on something so much. And then in the meantime, I've been in many sightings in my life where, I am observing this animal and I'm educating the guest about it and we're talking about it and just loving the sighting. And then, as soon as I put my earpiece in, I hear someone calling in. I'm pulling into the lock of this pride of lions. Meanwhile, I'm sitting with elephants and I'm like, what? Did you fall off a bus? No. We are an elephant sighting. And then in the meantime, lions have arrived and it really is wild out here. So I always just like to make sure that we are also looking around whilst enjoying one particular sighting. But we seem good for now, so let us get back to the impalas. And then, of course, we'll get back to our dung and our koers on it.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
I always think when just look at the adults like, oh, can they just sit still for 2 seconds? I always think, when they do move around like this, of course it's I almost want to say it's a burst of joy and energy, just like kids, just like human beings, just like we see baby elephants running around and trumpeting and playing with their trunk and everything. I always wonder, you don't know if there's a leopard around, and jumping around like a silly antelope is now making yourself a target. But life is too short to just stand still and live in fear, is it not? Ray J, good morning. I know, how adorable is this? And again, it's not something I'm seeing for the first time. I've seen it so many times. I've actually got a brilliant photograph. I'll reshare it on my social media, and then I'll try to hashtag Wild Earth. I don't know the whole situation. I'm not very good with social media actually. But it's of these impalas leaping, and there's this giraffe standing in the background. But luckily I caught one, mid-air. And this giraffe's face is literally just like, what are you doing? This is not how we're meant to be behaving. You are an embarrassment to Africa. Stop that right now. And again, just look at these guys. They are having the time of their life. Wee! Wee! And of course, they don't have to eat as much as the adults yet. They are not that big yet. They don't have to build all of that energy to sustain a whole body. And some of them are still nursing as well. So when they do have some free time, why not run around, get rid of that energy? You see, there we go. It really is so cool to see, a lot of similarities when I observe animals between us as humans and between animals. And of course, we still have to keep that respect for them and remember that they are wild animals. They do have instincts. They are way more intelligent than we are. And that is a personal opinion. I didn't read that in a book. I'm not saying that's a fact. That's just my opinion. I do believe they are much more powerful and majestic than us as humans, but I think we can relate to them so much. These ladies, they are most probably having some tea, perhaps a breakfast. Sandy, good morning. Woo! Sorry, good morning. You are asking, is this behavior taught or learned? I think it's a little bit of both. Often you'll see when the babies are very, very tiny, the males will sort of chase the females around and they will then also display that behavior. But I think it is also sort of like an instinctive thing. As I say, I think it's just a burst of energy and, they need to run around just like children. So just trying to get rid of some of that energy. But again, as I say, I always think, that's really risky. You never know where a predator might be lurking about. But again, you can't just stand still and fear everything and anything out there. There's the male. Beautiful. Oof, that's a stunning male. He's got stunning horns on him. I bet you he's thinking right now, ugh, why did I not stay in the bachelor's group? Michelle, you are saying you wish you had that much energy. You love it. You and me both. Believe me, I could also do with that energy. And sometimes I do wake up with it like that. Sometimes that energy hits me like 9 o'clock at night and then I want to spring clean my whole house. And my better half, of course, does not think it's funny. But you gotta do you. Whatever works for you. I have that energy, but for like maximum an hour when I've had a Red Bull. And then I have an absolute crash. So, or any energy drink for that matter. But it really is, I love it. You can really see the joy in them and the energy, and they're playing. Not sure where they are now, but hopefully they are deeper into the bushes where they can be a little bit more hidden. However, that being said, being deeper into the bushes is where a predator might also be lurking. But perhaps not today. Perhaps they might be out in the open. It is a little bit overcast. There is a little bit of a breeze. So I really am hoping for some predators today. Djuma or Kokoyo does not matter. I will be absolutely happy with anything. But of course, even if we don't see them, that's perfectly fine. I just quickly want to get back to the water hole. These guys are like, Barry, we told you, do not get tied down. Now you have to deal with all of that energy, all of the ladies. You have to protect all of them. And the boys are just getting a drink. Oh, man, that was absolutely adorable. I don't know about you guys, but I love that. That honestly made my day. Alrighty, but I will keep an eye on Ukukoyo as well as our beautiful Gowrie Dam and keep all of you posted. But for now, I'm going to send you back to Tess so we can see what they are up to with those amigos.
I'm so happy that your day has been made, Lisa. Mine has definitely been made on this side as well. It's just so brilliant to be at Amakhala and to be spending time with the cheetahs that I got to watch all the way from Djuma and hear about from the rest of the team. So absolutely incredible. I have a feeling that we might get some movement soon because this cheetah closest to us is now starting to fall into the sun. The shade is moving. So I think it might get hot and it might move to get closer to the other two. The shade patch is shrinking as the sun is almost directly overhead now. So hopefully, we get some movement from this one. But it does look like they've settled in, doesn't it? They're looking comfortable, they're looking happy. They still have not eaten since yesterday. Their bellies look the same to me. And I'm sure that's why they were chasing things around this morning. But I'd love to see, following them over the coming months and hearing the stories from the last few months, I'd love to see what all they managed to take down. Because it sounds like they've taken a baby mountain zebra, they've taken a big kudu, they've definitely taken a lot of other things. So I wouldn't be surprised if wildebeest is next on the list, because there are some little calves around at the moment. Maybe even a female might be within grasp. You will hear the radio in the background. I do have to keep the volume up just as a reminder. It's just all of the different things happening all over the different areas of Amakhala. But I must be honest, I'm super impressed so far, not only with the animals, because the animals are spectacular. Being able to sit here with cheetahs is an absolute dream come true. And I love to meet the female as well with the cubs. That would be awesome. I'd love to meet the lions too. There's still so many things on the bucket list, but I'm really impressed by the property itself. It is gorgeous, rolling hills, valleys, massive, massive expanse of land. And the team here is incredible. They really are. So I'm very privileged to be here. Sad that I'm with Morgan, but that's okay.
Likewise. Feelings mutual.
Margaret, cheetahs will hunt wherever they need to if they're hungry and there's food. But yes, they do tend to prefer more open areas. Remember, they do need to have a little bit of shrubbery or greenery somewhere that they can still make an approach with, because as much as they pick up speed, hello boy, you've got your head up. As much as they pick up speed better in open areas, they can only maintain that burst of speed for maybe a maximum of about 100 meters. So they still need to get close enough, stalking up to an animal, to start the burst of speed and hopefully catch it within that 100 meters. But in order to do that, they have to have enough cover to at least be able to get closer. In long grass, this is obviously a lot easier. So open spaces like in East Africa. Here in the Eastern Cape, they have always naturally occurred in this area, and it is quite a lot more bushy. But there are open areas as well. So they'll just take advantage of those open areas, knowing that herbivores might congregate in the open areas so that they can see predators coming. But they ideally do want a little bit of cover as well so that they can get close enough to get that burst going. That being said, I have seen cheetahs hunting in Phinda in pine forests. So when I say pine forests, I don't mean very tall palm forests. I don't mean very tall palm trees where you can see the base and the leaves are right up at the top. I mean, they're about as tall as me, so all you can see is these spiky leaves sticking out right the way down to the ground. Thank you, Morgan. I'm not that short. I'm quite a tall person, okay, for a woman. So anyway, these palm forests, literally, I would be scared to walk in between them because you're going to get poked and prodded from every angle. That's how close together these trees are. And I've seen cheetahs thriving in that environment, hunting in between these palm trees with spikes everywhere, basically zero visibility, and they manage to do it just fine. So they will adapt to thicker areas, they will adapt to whatever comes to it or comes to them. And ideally, what we're getting at here, or what I'm getting at here, is that it's survival of the fittest. So if they're hungry and something presents itself, they'll take the opportunity. If they are desperate, they will take any opportunity and conquer any habitat that they have to in order to survive. It doesn't always work, but they'll definitely do what they have to survive. But they will prefer open areas if they want to pick up speed, preferably with a bit of cover so they can stalk close enough to start the burst of speed fairly close to the prey. So it's a bit of a combination. If you look at the habitat here versus the habitats in the Kruger National Park, for example, the southern section of Kruger National Park is really thick, but you find a lot of cheetahs there. So it's not as open even as here in Amakhala. So it really is fascinating to watch how they adapt, how they change, how they thrive in all the different environments. Their biggest issue actually wouldn't be the habitat, it would be the competition from other predators, because everything else is a threat to a cheetah. Right, so it seems the most movement we're getting is the occasional head lift, which makes sense, just making sure what's around him, making sure nothing is stalking up. I'm hoping we are going to get movement from this one that's kind of in the sun. What I can say is it's really cool to see how the shade helps them camouflage. Because seeing this cheetah's head and shoulder and front leg in the sun, you can clearly spot it in the grass. But just a bit further back, the rest of its body, the other two cheetahs, being in the full shade, much more difficult to spot them. Probably easier through the camera. Thank you. So have a look at that with the wider picture, looking from a bit further away. You can see how they would very easily blend in the shade. This is another reason why they like cover, because it helps them camouflage. But in the sun, you can pinpoint almost straight away that is not a termite mound. That is just poking into the sun there. That's definitely something that's much more reddish gold in color. And you can see it's a cheetah or a cat of sorts. So I'm sure they are hoping if they bide their time here, animals will start coming back this way, especially if they're moving towards water, because there is water on the other side of this hill that we are on with the cheetahs at the moment. The most direct route for the animals to get there will be over instead of around. And hopefully over means they'll come past here. That would be cool. They really are beautiful boys, though. I can't wait to see what their lives will hold, because they're still so young. Oh, lifting heads. Lifting heads. Wow, look at those tear stripes on this one with its head in the sun. Oh, never mind, it doesn't want you to see them. There you go. They get so thick down towards the bottom at the side of the mouth there. And this is another great opportunity to draw that comparison to the leopards we were talking about earlier. Hello boys, are you waking? Waking up, starting to groom. Maybe going to move into the shade. So because cheetahs are more known for hunting during the day versus leopards that will hunt any time, but they do prefer to hunt at night, it gives them an advantage. That is supposedly the reason for the tear stripes on the cheetah but not the leopard, because the glare is really bright in the heat of the day when cheetahs hunt, or during daylight hours, and that's supposed to absorb some of that light so it doesn't get overwhelming into the cheetah's eye when they're trying to hunt in the sun. Versus if you think about a leopard and a lion that have that really thick layer of white underneath the eyelid. That is supposed to reflect light into the eye from the moon to brighten the image coming into the eye and help them absorb every little particle of light, every little piece of it that they can while hunting in the darkness. You'll see cheetahs don't really have that. They've got a lot of intense black on the face. This boy is so beautiful. So that's a really nice difference between the two. Of course, this would be very hard to prove that that is absolutely what it is for, but it does make sense to make that inference, and that's kind of the general theory that's going around. Matthew, cheetahs are quite fussy, so they really do like to kill things themselves and eat fresh meat. They're not really well known for scavenging, for picking off of carcasses. But that being said, if they found something that had a fresh kill, they might chase it off. So maybe something like a jackal or something small that's managed to kill something and it's confident to chase it off, they'll definitely try and do that. But they're much more well known for killing things themselves, making their own fresh kills and consuming it as quickly as possible, which is why cheetahs often start in the rump, where there's those really big muscles around the hips. And that's a great way to get a lot of meat in very quickly, because they know other predators and scavengers will come in and chase them off a lot of the time very quickly. So they do prefer fresh meat. They are quite fussy. If meat has been sitting around for a while, they won't come back and feed off of it. So for example, that kudu that they killed last week, they won't go back to that and try and feed off of that carcass. They are quite fussy with that. So once they've had enough and it's still fresh enough, they'll feed as much as they can realistically and then move off and kill something else when they're hungry again. But they are known to be the fussiest of the cats, where leopards and lions will easily scavenge. And definitely hyenas as well, but I don't know if you knew, hyenas are really well known for hunting their own food. They hunt sometimes more than lions do, depending on the area. But cheetahs are fussier than that. I'm happy we got some movement there. That was great. Showing off those beautiful stripes on the face. Golden coat. So I'd imagine this cheetah now flipping over to the other side. It's lying on its left side now, where it was lying on its right side. It's probably been sweating a little bit, where its skin is in contact with the air, but also where its skin is in contact with the ground in particular. It's going to be building up heat on the ground and losing heat to the air as it's sweating in the sun. So by flipping over, if you've got a build-up of sweat on the one side and you flip over and that sweat is exposed to the wind, as that water is being taken off by the wind, it cools the body down. So being in the sun, that is the compromise this one is making. It has to flip more often than the two in the shade because they're not sweating as much. They're not in the sun. They're not as hot. But even in the shade, on a day like today, if we're going to get up to over 30 degrees Celsius, even in the shade, they'll be flipping over just now as well. Just not quite yet. It's nice in the shade at the moment with the breeze. You can see the wind is definitely picking up. Look how the grass is bending more, it's swaying more. They've definitely chosen a good, comfortable spot with some lush green grass. A natural little pillow for the whole body. Amazing. But it seems like I'm not the only one with some cat luck today, and especially big cat luck, even better. It sounds like Nick over in Kariga, very close by to where we are, has found a lion.
Alrighty, cheetahs in the shade and lions in the shade. Or a small patch of shade, rather. Yes, please. We've hit the jackpot. The creme de la creme. Managed to locate a beautiful male lion. So this is the coalition of two. This is the more subordinate male of the two. The dominant one is behind him. There's that big dark shrub we can see at the top of the frame. He's in the shade underneath there. And they've got a nice little position for themselves here. There is a little water hole just down on the right. He's almost up on the edge of a ridge line here. So this little water hole, he's basically looking down towards it. And today's hot, today's cooking. So I'm really hoping at some point we'll get to see him having a drink. And you can see he's panting heavily. Remember yesterday we talked about the fact that we were sure that they'd made a kill. So this is not the male that we saw. We saw his brother, who's the dominant male. And he was looking pretty full. He was panting. So I think this has really cemented the fact that they did manage to catch something. And that shrub is just catching his mane there. Dorothy, in terms of their skin, they will have an epidermis, just like every animal does. Even humans have an epidermis on our skin, but they're not going to have any other protective layering. Their main means of keeping cool will be sweating. So that's going to be the name of the game. Then you can see him panting quite heavily. That's going to be another form of thermoregulation. And then obviously you can see he's trying to really hide up and get as much shade as he can from that small little shrub there. But for a lion, sweating is going to be his main way that he's going to keep cool. You can imagine for a big male like this, he's got a thick mane, and that mane is really going to heat him up a lot. You know, you think of a big jacket, you know, that's essentially what a jacket is. You know, it's an extra layer. So I mean, that mane, in comparison to something like a lioness who doesn't have a mane like that, he's going to feel the heat a lot more than what a lioness would on a day like this. And that's obviously why he is huddled right up under that shrub, trying to get some shade there. And there is a small little bit of a breeze coming across here. And I think that is a potential reason why he selected the smallest little shady spot. Because being right on top of this little ridge here, he's getting the brunt of that breeze, which is going to help him to cool down. You know, we talked about that water being close by. It's sort of 20 meters away or so. But it's further down. It's in like a little gully. And down there he wouldn't be getting as much of a breeze as what he's getting in the spot where he is now. Yeah, he is a beauty, hey, look at that. That positioning of when the mouth is slightly open like that, I absolutely love that positioning. Very regal. I mean, we're still quite early on in the day. Obviously the sun is getting higher and higher in the sky. And I think from there, this little shrub is not going to hold enough shade for him for all too long. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does get up and shift positions. His brother, like we said, is in that shrub further in the distance there. A much better, more solid shady patch he's got there.
So it would seem that I have my work cut out for me. Tess has had cheetahs, Nix had a lion. Now I also need a predator. There is a lot of other antelope around the general game. A wildebeest with a bit of an identity crisis and a lot of springbok. And it is just so beautiful here in Okokoyo. So, if you have just joined us on Escape to Nature, welcome. My name is Lisa. I will be your silly waterhole naturalist. But so far today we have seen, well, basically it's been a game of nana, and I really haven't gotten to participate. Tess has had cheetahs, Nix had a lion, and I have had a lot of general game. But I will say I probably had the cutest sighting in Djuma with some impala lambs that were just jumping around, literally giving these leaps of joy. And of course all of the beautiful springbok that we have in Okokoyo. You can see them enjoying the flowers. And a beautiful wildebeest. And I'm happy to report that our Egyptian goose family is still very much alive and well. All 6 little ones are still accounted for. So it's been a good morning. We have really seen a lot of animals. We've observed a lot of cool interactions so far, but hopefully we will do or continue doing so for the rest of Escape to Nature as well. And as I always say, you don't need a lot of big mammals to be impressed by a safari. Of course, do keep your questions, your comments, your suggestions coming. We love hearing from you. And of course, we love talking about nature and wildlife and all of this to all of you. So please do get in touch with us. Alright. Goodness. Guinea fowl, we know you are here. You need to calm down. Now, to my knowledge, and I might be wrong, it is a little bit difficult with this camera in Okokoyo to actually get a super close look at the flowers. But I think it is a devil's thorn flower. Not the one that we are familiar with in Djuma and a lot of our other locations that we see in the summertime. With the rainfall coming, those pink, beautiful flowers. This is a different one. But again, I think, if I'm incorrect, please do correct me. Of course, I am no expert on flowers specifically in Okokoyo. But that is what I think from the looks that I've gotten from them as close as I... Initially, I thought it might be dainty pavonias. Which still it might be, now that I continue looking at them. But good morning. Ooh, who is this arriving? Yay! It is my geese. Goodness, alright, how did this happen? Like literally in a couple of seconds. Woo! Just look at that. Oh man, this is awesome. So last week, those of you that missed it, I saw my first Abdom stork ever. And this is what we are currently looking at. These beautiful birds are known as Abdom storks. And you will often see them flocking together like this. They are migratory birds. And sometimes they are mere seasonal migrators. But so cool to see them. So sorry, I actually, as always, I interrupted myself there. So the yellow flowers, I think it is, I'm not sure. Again, I can't get an actual close up to have a look at them. So it's either dainty pavonias, or I think rather it might be devil's thorn. Not the one that we are used to, that we see in our other locations in the rain season. The pink one. So in Afrikaans we call it a dubbeltjie. But they are very, if you are not familiar with them, do go look them up. It's a very dainty, cute little flower, the yellow ones. And you can see the animals love them. But again, I can't tell you with absolute certainty, I am 90% sure that the animals do seem to love them. Woo. This is really exciting. I know Trushala had this the other day as well. The day before yesterday? Yes. But this is so cool. And again, you know, it is a fairly common sighting this time of the year in Namibia overall. But for me, last week was the first time seeing my first Abdam stork ever. So they really are, if you are not familiar with them, I know in general we don't refer to storks as beautiful birds. That is not the first thing that comes to mind. But they really have got very nice coloration when it comes to their actual face. Just in front of the bill, you know, they've got this blue coloration. So they are stunning birds. And of course, right now at the waterhole, they are looking for mollusks and all sorts of water creatures that they can get their bills on. Look at those two lapwings in the background having a dispute. Oh, just amazing, all of these birds calling, the guinea fowls, the bee eaters. Earlier on I did hear a warbler as well. Absolutely incredible. I hope these storks will vocalize for us as well. But while I wait for that, I'm going to send you over to Ben, so himself and Eagle can say good morning.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Madikwe, private game reserve in the northwest of South Africa, very close to the Botswanan border, just a stone's throw away from the quite well-known Gaborone. Myself and Igor are out and about, and we're sitting at Skoko Pan, which has been very, very productive over the last couple of weeks. Currently, we've been distracted by this beautiful pale chanting goshawk in this lovely forked dead tree against a fairly dramatic skyline. We have got some rain forecast for today, but so far so good. We have not yet seen any. But my name is Ben, and so Igor is on camera with me, and this is Skokopan. If anybody did join us yesterday, we were watching during Escape to Nature. Let me try that again. During Escape to Nature yesterday, we were watching a warthog wallowing around in some very sticky, sort of viscous mud, and that's all there was here. And we had a couple of torrential downpours yesterday, and Skokopan is once again a pan with plenty of water, and there are puddles everywhere. We've been putting our snorkels on occasionally, driving down the roads, and quite a few roads have been closed because of the soil types in this area. Sorry, FT, I didn't copy that. Just send that message again. Okay, so our plan pretty much today, sorry about the delay there, our plan is to just sort of hang out here by Skokopan, maybe go and check Chukudu Dam, which is as well another beautiful waterhole, and see what comes to join us. It's not super hot today, so we'll have to see if the animals do come down, but it's a real pleasure just to spend time here. We've been doing some birding and having some great discussions. So while we do see if anything joins us at Skokopan, let's send you back over to Lisa at Ukakoyu.
Thank you, Ben. For a moment when we when we linked over to you, I was like, who's Ben? To just hear all of these beautiful birds calling. Every now and again you can actually hear the European bee eaters calling. As always, I'm struggling to find them on camera. I think they might be in actual camp behind us. But just so wonderful to watch all of this unraveling in front of us. How incredible is it when you look at this picture in itself? We've got the springbok, the wildebeest, the storks, the blacksmith lapwing, the little grebes. I mean, just in this one frame, and of course we are right now zoomed in, just in this one frame that we can count and actually see 5 species. Can you imagine all of the bugs and the critters and the creepy crawlies and everything that we can't see, the butterflies that might be on the flowers? Oh man, this is just absolute therapy. We can literally have no additional animals today and I will be so happy. But hopefully we do. But speaking of other animals and beautiful sightings, I'm going to send you back to Nick and his beautiful sleepy cat.
Okay, so we've managed to find, or relocate rather, the second male. So still our original male we're having a look at. He has tucked himself into those dense thickets there. And luckily for us, this male, he has positioned himself a bit better. So remember, he is the dominant male of the two, this one. He looks like he's got himself a very comfortable spot. Got his head slightly higher than his body. He's got his paws stretched out. He's pretty much completely in the shade. There's not too many flies or anything like that I can see. You can see some of the grasses in the foreground. There's a nice gentle breeze that's pushing across here. So by all means and purposes, he's set up for the day. Remember, he did have something to eat yesterday. There is that little pool of water just behind him. He could definitely head there for a drink anytime he likes. He's got himself a nice comfortable position. He's set to go. He's good to rumble. There was a little bird, I don't know if you saw that, there was a little bit of movement, a little bit of flitting from a bird behind him. I just saw a bit of movement, I didn't have a chance to identify it. Maybe a bar-throated apellus possibly. Kind of looked like it had its tail pointing up quite a bit. Remember, you look at your apellus species, generally they hold their tail quite high, similar to like a prunier as well. Justin, thanks for the question. In terms of the frequency of eating for lions, well, I mean, they're never quite sure upon when their next carcass will come. But as a general rule of thumb, every sort of 3rd to 4th day or so, they like to have a feed. But that is also dependent upon the size of the carcass. You can imagine if for 2 big males like this, they catch something small, like a small warthog, maybe a 2-year-old warthog. That's not really going to last them all too long. You know, whereas if they eat something like, if they manage to catch something like a eland, you know, that's just short of 1,000 kilograms. A lot of meat on there that will keep them going for a few days. You know, something like your warthog, they would eat the whole thing completely and then move off. So it's kind of similarly to what they did yesterday. They had a They had a little something to eat yesterday. Still not too sure exactly what that carcass was, but I mean, if you have a look at the size of the stomach of this lion, it's not really distended all too much. You can see he's had a little something to eat, but it doesn't look like it was anything significant. Whereas if it was something big like an eland, or like a buffalo or something like that, the lions will stay around that carcass often for 2-3 days at a time, just absolutely gorging and feasting themselves. You know, they will eat until they literally can't eat anymore, because for them, like I said, they don't know when that next carcass will come around. And you must remember, it's not easy for lions to catch something. Yes, they are the apex predator, but that doesn't mean that it's easy to catch prey species. Hunting success rates are as low as sort of 40%, even 30% sometimes. You know, for males like this, they're going to want to predominantly hunt at night time. They've got that big thick mane. Number one, it'll get very hot during the day. But number two, it's not very camouflaged. You know, the rest of the body is that nice tawny caramel color. Then that mane is really contrasting to the rest of the body. So if they were out and about walking during the daylight, even in the shade, that's going to stick out like a sore thumb, you know. So it's definitely going to be a lot harder for them to hunt during the day. So they'll try and capitalize at night time. They're more concealed. Their eyes are very well developed for nighttime viewing. I mean, often when you see lions on those massive carcasses, their stomachs are distended. Sharon, in terms of the diameter of a lion's paw, it'll be around 15 centimeters or so, somewhere around there. It's going to vary from lion to lion. You know, a male lion will have a broader paw than that of a lioness. A lioness's paw will be slightly more narrow. But a male lion's paw will be close to about 15 centimeters or so. So very broad. You know, it can sometimes become a little bit tough when you are looking at tracks to differentiate between something like a 1.5-year-old male lion and a lioness. You know, because for that male lion, he's still growing, he's still developing. It can sometimes become a little bit difficult there. But remember, the size of a male is bigger than that of a female. You know, he's got a lot more muscle closer to the front of his body. So remember, with that being said, the front paws for both males and females will be broader than that of the hind foot, because it's supporting more weight. Your hind foot of those lions will definitely be a bit more elongated compared to being broad. Obviously, you compare tracks of lion to something like leopard. The tracks of a leopard will be a lot smaller, a lot more compact. The toes are more circular, whereas the toes of a lion are more sort of elongated, oval shape. But still similar in terms of the rough shape and features, in terms of there being 3 lobes at the back of the track, 4 toes at the front. Both of their claws will be sheathed. So if it was walking on hard substrate, like you can see where it's lying now, you wouldn't see any claws if you were looking at the track. But remember, for both lion and leopard, if they did have to walk in something soft like the sand of a riverbed, their foot splays out a little bit. Their toes will splay out, and in so doing, that forces the claw to come out, and you would then see the claw in the track. Whereas something like your cheetah and your hyena, their claws are permanently out. They're permanently protracted. Ronald, it's a good question in terms of actual dimensions and whatnot. I'm not too sure, but it's big enough to get the job done. I'm not sure of the specificities of a lion's stomach, but it definitely, it gets the job done. It's, we're talking about eating big carcasses like buffaloes and elands and things like that. When it comes out the other end, when it's been through the stomach and it's been digested, it's basically pure protein that they've been eating, and it smells horrendous. For some reason, after those big carcasses, potentially the meat's starting to, I don't know if it turns a little bit or something like that. You often see the lions do get a bit of an upset stomach, and when they go to the toilet, it like splatters out. It's, yeah. And if you're downwind, you'll get the full brunt of that. And you've got to be really careful where you drive after lions have been at a carcass for sort of 3 days, because they drop their landmines everywhere. And if you drive over that with your tire, I promise you, you will smell that for the next day and a half. You can wash it off with the hose pipe, but you will still smell it. Horrendous smelling stuff. I guess it's the same with all cats, it's pure protein. So because they are eating little bits of the hide and things to get to the good meat, quite often with the cats you will find little bits of hair and things like that within their scat. And remember, if you do find any of that in the bush, there's often parasites and things that are moving around with that dung, so don't touch that dung, not that anyone would want to. Yeah, so for the lions, they would eat all of the meat. They would eat around the bones. They're not going to chew the actual bone. You often see them gnawing on the edge of the ribs and things like that, but they're not going to break off actual bone and chew the bone like a hyena would. It's only really a hyena that is able to do that. And that's where that hyena would form quite an important niche at carcasses. Once lions have had their feed, I've seen a hyena come in and break. It would break each individual rib bone off and then crack it and chew it. So remember, hyenas have got very high levels of acids in their stomach, higher than what lions have, and that enables them to break down that bone. They've got a strong bite force, and that stomach helps them to break down that bone. So if you look at the scat then of a hyena, it's a little bit different to the scat of a lion. while our male lion is comfortably positioned in the shade, doesn't look like he's going anywhere too quickly, let's take you back across to Tess and see how the three amigos are doing.
Oh, it seems like all of the big cats are just taking advantage of the shade today. Everybody's having a rest. That being said, we are seeing a few little movements on this side. So it looks like with the breeze picking up, maybe the boys are starting to reposition a little bit. So you can only see two clearly at the moment. The third one is behind those little, it looks like a guarri. Yes, it is a guarri. Just behind the guarri on the right, there's a bit of a thicket there with some fallen branches. It's hiding behind there. We're only seeing a flick of the ear every now and then. You can see a bit of the forehead, or where I am. Morgan's a bit higher up, so you can see it a bit better. But in all honesty,
Apologies, we'll get Tess back as soon as we can, but behold, I have found some lambs. They are of course very well hidden and camouflaged, but those tiny brown specks you see in and amongst the grass, those are the Springbok lambs, of course, just resting. They do not have to constantly feed like the adults. They are for the most part just relying on mommy's milk right now. I actually wish we could see some energy bursts from them too. It really would be so adorable. But I don't know, my jaw drops when I look at the animals in Okokoyo because it's really hot and humid in this area. And of course, you know, Springboks, eland, oryxes, they are made for these type of habitats and climates and all of that, but it really is just so incredible. You know, these tiny animals are already acclimated. They are just chilling in the sun, just enjoying everything. But again, it's really you really have to pay attention to see them. You can just see the heads moving every now and again, the ears flicking, just like the adults are wagging their tails or swishing their tails, just for the parasites and the flies and everything that might be annoying them. But man, oh man, I wish we could have like a few cameras in the actual tree line and see what happens at night. You know, how many of the lambs have unfortunately already succumbed to predators or perhaps not made it, which is a very sad thing to think about, but I mean, it is reality. But these ones we are looking at are alive and well. They seem happy. There we go, that one's happy, you see. Come on, tell your friends. It is time to wake up. Oh, just look at that little tail. Now, of course, these antelopes are pregnant for about 6 months. They gestate for 6 months. But they give birth later than the animals we've been seeing in Pridelands, in Djuma, in Madikwe, because Namibia is a little bit more north and their rain season actually comes 2 months later than the other areas that we frequently see in our summertime. So currently this is summertime in Okokoyo. Oh, just look at a little thing. Man, and I've literally been scanning around as well, checking every shrub and bush and everything. The guinea fowls are very vocal, but I think they are just in the mood to be noisy, to celebrate life, to announce themselves. Oh, you are just so tiny. Alrighty, let us have a look-see around. As I say, I've also just been scanning the tree line just to make sure we are not potentially overlooking something. The 2 times I've actually seen a secretary bird here in Okokoyo, it was very far back. Almost like it doesn't want us to see it. And that might also be something that we might see a bit more of. Ooh, hello. Because secretary birds, just like bustard, they can feed on various things, from reptiles to insects to smaller birds. It really does depend. Why are there just 2 of you? And where is your entrance fee? I need a foal. Patricia, you would like to know if zebras are the only animals that have stripes. No. A lot of birds have stripes, tigers have stripes, if you are referring just to African animals. Still no. There's this weird and mystical creature called an okapi. So it's spelled O-K-A-P-I, yes. And it literally looks like, I don't even know what it looks like. It looks like a giraffe and a donkey and a mix of a zebra that is all put into one animal, but they too have stripes. And I'm not sure which country exactly, but I know they are found more north in Africa. I should know this. I educated on them for quite some time whilst working at Disney, but this was, in my defense, this was 5 years ago, so I will definitely go read up on them again. But in terms of our locations and what we see, in our locations, I'm just trying to make sure. Again, it depends on what you refer to as stripes. Of course, technically oryxes, springboks, they have stripes on their faces with regards to the black and white pattern on their face. But if you mean actual straightforward stripes like a barcode, then yes. I feel like that's a trick question. I'm going through all of my archives now. But yes, for the most part. Of course, zebras are the most popular animals when it comes to stripes. They are almost like the fashion icons. But it's very interesting that there's just 2 of them here. I'm just trying to see the gender, which of course with zebras can be a little bit tricky. If you don't see the obvious genitalia, then for the most part you will look at the stripe at the rear end between their hind legs. So a male will have a very thin black stripe and a female will have a very thick stripe, which of course is difficult for me to see now. But I think these are 2 stallions. The only reason I'm saying that is because of the fact that it's just 2 of them. And then right now, because there's no baby, neither of them look pregnant to me. But again, it may have had a foal already, and the foal unfortunately might not have made it. But I think these are 2 stallions. We shall see if we can get a look-see just now. Yes, so this one on the left is definitely a male. I'm just trying to see the one on the right. Only where I could see that there was obvious genitalia showing. Oi! Chew with your mouth closed. Ooh, it's like a whole scene of black and white. The zebras, the blacksmith lapwing, the Abdom storks. I like it. I wish we had a grey filter now. And remember, as we are watching all of these black and white creatures here in the beautiful Okokoyo, we are currently live and this is interactive. So please do send through any questions, comments, anything you would like to chat about. We as naturalists love hearing from you. And of course, it doesn't just have to be about the animal that we currently have live. You can ask us anything, whether it's about the location, about zebras in general, about birds, about us as naturalists. You are more than welcome to ask us. And of course, we will try to answer to the best of our abilities. Oh, machtig. Ooh. That zebra on the right is just like, what happened? What happened? He didn't mean to scare you. Yes, I think that too is a younger stallion. Seems like it's got a bit of a limp. It's definitely favoring one of the hind legs. So right now it seems like these two are friends, but with zebras it can very easily and very quickly become rather aggressive and rather vicious between them, to establish dominance, just like all of the other species we see out here in the wild. There's always some show or display of dominance, some interaction. So with these guys in particular, they've actually got a set of teeth which is called tushers, and they'll bite each other with that. And it's quite vicious to see. I've seen it quite a few times. I've actually seen a zebra take flesh out of another stallion. And it's not necessarily just males with males that are aggressive. Sometimes males can be aggressive with females. Sometimes they can be aggressive with foals. I'm sure many of you have seen in documentaries or nature films, where sometimes an adult zebra will actually try to drown a foal. And that could, of course, be due to various reasons. Perhaps it wasn't that stallion's foal. Or there could be various other reasons for it as well. But how incredible is this reflection right now? That was rude. Machtig. He just decided they are done now. You need to move off. Oh, never mind. You were just in my way. I didn't want to walk around you, so I will just shove you out of the way whilst you're drinking. Rude. That smaller zebra definitely has a... Or it might just be the angle that we're observing from. The rocks might be making a little bit tricky, but it seems like he's definitely favoring one of his hind legs. Actually does seem a bit swollen as well. Alrighty, well, I will keep an eye on the zebras and of course all of the other beautiful animals. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Tess, who's still with her sleepy amigos. Aww.
Sounds like it's been a busy morning all round. I'm hoping that the zebras on this side will come back. They are mountain zebras, so a little different. And it looks like slowly what might be happening is some of the animals are starting to come back towards where the cheetahs are. So they have set themselves up perfectly here on the ridge at Amakhala. Look down into the valley there. I can see black wildebeest. I can see some of those mountain zebras. Red hartebeest mixed in between. This is perfect. I'm sure this is exactly what the cheetahs were hoping for. That some of the plains game, after an eventful morning of running in the opposite direction, have started to return. Oh, things could get interesting later. Now, if we play the patience game and those animals either get closer, or if you look between them and us, there's a couple of bushes, or the cheetahs might get up and use that cover. Oh, the wildebeest are chasing each other. Wow. They might get up and get closer. I think there's a bit of a dominant spat happening there. Dust flying. It's one of my favorite things about a black wildebeest is that as they're moving, you can see their tails. You can see their tails. That beautiful white satiny looking tail. It's really not satiny when you're up close. It's quite rough and coarse. But you can see those tails flicking and flying in the wind. But with these groups, especially those black wildebeest, we saw at least 4 calves, if not 5, maybe even more, hanging around. You can actually see 1 or 2 lying next to mum or standing next to mum. I'm sure that that is exactly what the cheetahs are hoping will come closer. So we were chatting to one of the guides that came past and enjoyed the cheetahs with us earlier. And he was saying that he saw them chasing, there's 3 male black wildebeest that hang out together a little bit further down on the other side of the ridge. Not part of this implausibility that's chasing each other around. He actually saw them chasing those adult wildebeest. And the wildebeest started fighting back just like the eland did this morning. And so I'm wondering, of course, the cheetahs are going to want to go for a smaller target that's less experienced, so calves are a good way to go, but I don't think it'll actually be too long then before they start going for adults too. And actually managing to take them down. If they've taken down a kudu already, that's a fantastic start for them. Up and up from here. Rose Candy, absolutely yes. The cheetahs will be able to smell that there are wildebeest, zebras and hartebeest there. And that scent is carrying directly from where those wildebeest are now to where the cheetahs are, because the wind is blowing towards us. And so it's blowing directly towards the cheetahs as well. And that scent will be carrying, especially with those wildebeest playing around like that, chasing each other. The more they move, the more they sweat, the more they kick up dust, the more all of that scent carries this way. I think the reason the cheetahs are not there at the moment is because they had an eventful morning. It's time to rest now, build up energy, and then they'll move back over that way in time, once they've regained their strength and decided it's time to try again. So I think it's literally a matter of time until they start making their way there, or they might play the patience game and wait for those animals to come this way. Because in the heat of the day, remember, all of these animals are going to be looking for water, and so they might come straight over this way, directly over the top of the crest, to go down towards where Jojo's pan is, or Jojo's dam. Jojo's pan? Yeah, Jojo's waterhole, we'll call it that. And so that's almost a straight line past the cheetahs down to the waterhole on the other side. So either way, I think there will be a move made at some point, but whether it's the cheetahs or the wildebeest, zebras and hartebeest that move first, it's a matter of chance on that side. But at some point a move is going to be made either way. But I think with the cheetahs having had such an eventful morning, even if they can smell food close by, that's still quite a distance to cover. That's a good few hundred meters. So they'd have to use energy to stalk up slowly. It's still quite hot. So the open patches between all of these bushes, they're going to have to use that to their advantage, try and move quickly and quietly and out of the way, which is quite tough when you've got, easily 50 sets of eyes and ears on that side that will be watching downwind. So they'll have to pick their moment carefully and use cover to their advantage. But if they do manage to get close enough, it is a beautiful big open area, they might get lucky, especially with the baby wildebeest, because we saw them running yesterday. Those babies are keeping up really well with mom. They are super fast, but they are inexperienced. Not that they don't know how to do anything. They obviously have learned a lot. They're forced to learn a lot in their early days, months, years. But if it does come to it and there's chaos, especially with 3 cheetahs in different directions or in different spaces, the chances of a wildebeest calf tripping up are quite high in the chaos of everyone running in different directions. And so that's, I'm sure, what the boys will be hoping for. I love the stance of a wildebeest. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent now, but I really do like it. The way that they stand, they look so strong. Wow.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just Nature.
these wildebeest are definitely looking like they're starting to settle down. A lot of the calves are lying down, almost sleeping now, resting in that opportunity. And you can spot them because they're a different color. They look like the sand. They're a light sandy color while the adults are really dark. So this would almost be a good opportunity for the cheetahs to use. If everybody's starting to relax and calm down a bit and lie down, it gives the wildebeest an extra few seconds of having to try and get up and run by the time the cheetahs get close. But that being said, the cheetahs don't look like they are going anyway. It looks like we've got a little bit of a stretching pose at least, so you'll see as we come back to them now. At least one's awake. He's got his head up. He is looking down. Oh, hello. Did you both wake up with a bit of a fright as the other one moved? So they are starting to yawn. They're starting to look up. They are facing down towards where those wildebeest are on the right. So their noses are into the wind, and that scent will be blowing straight up into those very wide nostrils, up into the sinuses. They're analyzing all of that. But as enticing as it is being able to smell something that could be a target, it looks like the sun has just gotten the better of them, and they're much rather enjoying lying down than actually being active at the moment. But I'm sure with a bit of patience, things might change. I think what we might try and do just now is take a trip down that side and see what other animals are around, because there were nyalas, there were eland. Maybe they're all hidden. Maybe there's a giraffe sneaking around as well, because there was one earlier. Be nice to see what the situation is downhill and then come back uphill after that a little later and see if anything's changed with the cheetahs. I think this one is going to move sometime. He's so much into the sun now. See that side that I was talking about with the wildebeest standing with just the top of their backs into the sun? This cheetah's got its side into the sun, so he's going to be heating up pretty quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets up and just flops over the other way into the shade. He must be heating up so fast, especially that rib cage. It's quite thin there. That goes straight to his organs just about. There's not very much meat on the rib cage. I am very excited to get to know these boys as time goes on. Morgan was telling me one is really, really big. He's got fairly dull markings on his face, but he's got really broad shoulders and a really big head. And he's one of the younger ones, so maybe he's going to be the biggest of all three. So if you are just joining us, welcome to Escape to Nature. It has been a fantastic morning so far. My name is Tess. I'm loving being at Amakhala, taking you out on an epic nature experience. Behind the camera is Morgan. We are the fun ones. Hey, Morgan. But everyone's pretty fun, I suppose. I think we're just a little bit more fun. Anyway, it has been a phenomenal morning. We are sitting with 3 young male cheetahs, just on 20 months old, so not even 2 years old yet. They've had an eventful morning. Now they're having a relax. But thank you for joining us. Welcome. If you have any questions, any comments, anything you'd like us to chat about, please send that through. We can't wait to hear from you. It's a pleasure to have you on the back of the vehicle with me and with the rest of the team. Very, very exciting. But we've had a very entertaining morning. Everything from impalas and terrapins right the way through to a male lion in Kariga, which is not too far away from where myself and Morgan are here at Amakhala. And we've been admiring a lot of different things today. Not only the fact that there's a breeze, which really helps because it's hot, the breeze is definitely cooling us and the cheetahs down, but it seems like the cats in particular this morning have been quite sleepy. The lion and the cheetahs have been very, very sleepy. But the herbivores have been more active, so that's been amazing. I think the longer we wait, the more action we will get. It's a matter of time, really. Right place at the right time, hopefully. But this is a great opportunity to kind of just experience nature, just soak it in, enjoy the views, enjoy the calm. Cheetahs are definitely taking advantage of that. Luyanda, I don't think it's possible for any of the other cats to sleep as much as lions do. They are so well known for being the laziest of the cats. They really enjoy their sleep. They can sleep for up to 20 hours in a 24-hour day. And I honestly don't think it's possible for cheetahs to do the same. They definitely rest a lot, but I don't think they sleep quite as much as lions do. Between lions, leopards, and cheetahs, lions sleep the most. The average is probably about 16 hours a day. Leopards would be anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day. The rest of the time, they're pretty active. Doesn't mean they're not resting. It just means, that maybe they might be resting, but quite awake, still surveying, still kind of occasionally moving, scent marking, hunting, all of those things. Cheetahs are a little different on the scale because in comparison to lions and leopards, they are more active in the day and then sleep mostly through the night. But it doesn't mean they won't be active during the night either, because they still need to be aware of their surroundings. They are nocturnal animals that come out and would make them move, and in a full moon they might even indulge in some sporadic hunting. So it's not as though they sleep for the solid 12 hours overnight. And at the moment, it's definitely not even 12 hours. It's still so light here. Very late, almost 8 p.m. here, it's light. And very early in the morning, it's light as well. So it wouldn't be a solid 12 hours, but I would think they would be much more on par with leopards than they are with lions. Probably about half the day that they would be properly sleeping. Because even you can see now that they're resting, they're awake a lot of the time. They're not sleeping. They're aware of their surroundings, and they have to be. Cheetahs are considered the weakest of the big cats. No offense to cheetahs, we absolutely love them, but in stature, they are the lightest of the big cats. They are the most skittish or shy of the big cats, and the most vulnerable. Hello, boys, are you waking up? They are very vulnerable, so they have to be extra alert for other predators, where leopards and lions have the extended opportunity to sleep a bit more and relax a bit more. So they wouldn't quite sleep for as long. Yep, time for some more shade. So that one has just stood up and kind of gone to lay down there. That's the one that's got a little bit of a limp. Don't know why. Nobody really knows why. And apparently it's been like that for a couple of days, hey? Yeah, a few days already. Wow. Oh, we're starting to groom. We've had a yawn. Oh, no, back to sleep. Half awake, half sleeping. The tail's still going. Hello, boy, you are gorgeous. He's got incredibly thick tear stripes down his face. Gloria, cheetahs probably have the weakest bite of all of the big cats. The strongest of the cats themselves, if we're just looking at the African continent, would be the lion, and then the leopard, and then the cheetah. Tigers would be stronger than lions, but of course we don't get those here. So because cheetahs are so lightweight, and they've got a very slight frame, they've got a very small head, what that means is there isn't as much thick muscle like you would find in the bulkier leopard and lion. And we can see this in action, actually, if you look at the way that they feed, because you won't often find cheetahs eating part of the skeleton unless it's very thin bones, maybe a tibia or a fibula, so the very thin bones in the bottom of the leg, maybe some of the facial bones. But you won't really see cheetahs tucking into ribs or any of the substantial bones on a carcass, where you will find lions and leopards doing that. They will bite through the bones. Cheetahs are much slighter in frame, and so they're not as strong when it comes to bite force. But that doesn't mean they don't bite, and that doesn't mean that they're not capable of power. They have got power, just not as much as a leopard and a lion, particularly for bite force. But if you look at overall power, they go much faster than the others, and it takes an intense amount of power and energy for them to build up speed. So they're adapted more for speed than they are for brute strength, where lions and leopards have more brute strength and much, much, much less speed. So it's just one of those balancing scales of which is going to be more beneficial, and they'll adapt in a particular way, but that means they have to sacrifice other adaptations. But because their prey is also quite small, they generally don't need to get to the bones. They eat really quickly. They eat the meat in particular, because they're vulnerable to other predators. They go straight for the rump. And so as long as they have enough power to get through the skin and the flesh, that's all that matters. They eat quickly and they move. They don't need to be able to get to bones. They don't often get the chance to get to bones. That being said, here they do get the chance to get to bones, I suppose, but they don't really go for them anyway. They don't need to. But that's purely because there is a lack of very big competition here. In this particular section, there are no lions here at the moment in this section of Amakhala. And there used to be spotted hyenas. I believe they have been seen now and then, but they're really not common like you would find in the Sabi Sands. There are brown hyenas in Aardwolf, but also very rare to see. And so their competition is quite low. They've got the chance to finish carcasses here, but they mostly just go for meat and innards, some of the organs. They're not capable of defending the carcass, so it wouldn't really make sense for them to have enough time to have adapted strong jaws for bones. Where lions and leopards can defend a carcass, they can hold on to it as long as they want to in most cases. So it seems like everybody's gone back to sleep on the side. It's a lovely, peaceful day. There's not even many birds calling because it is quite hot. But also, I suppose, being in more grassland, there's slightly lower diversity of birds here than in other areas of Amakhala. Even the wildebeest have started lying down and sleeping. And there's something very strange that people have asked me to look for is a turako. Because you can hear them calling here all the time, but not actually been able to see them yet, so we're going to have to try for that.
Andrew Russell had one the other day.
Did you manage to show it?
Whereby it flew away as they were linking.
So close, but so far, Morgan. So we're going to have to try for some turakos as well. I've had that request from a couple of people. So I'll have to try for that. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because we've been listening for bird calls here. Because you could imagine beautiful, peaceful scene like this. Everybody's settling down. The wildebeest are actively lying down now. Zebras and hartebeest are still up. But everybody's reaching that lull as the heat of the day is really starting to hit us. And it seems even the birds are in a bit of a lull. But I can't wait to share some of the bird calls with you, and especially early mornings and late afternoon. The birds really come alive with their calls. I think the zebras have a bit of an advantage over the wildebeest. I can't imagine actually what it must be like in this heat with no shade to have adapted to be able to sit in the full sun with dark skin and hair. Not even any iced water. How rude of the natural waterholes not to have ice producing capabilities. Absolutely awful of them. But you can see there's an active difference. All the wildebeest lying down, but the lighter animals, the zebras, which are black and white, but a lot of it is white and that's reflecting heat, and the things like the red hartebeest, which are the same color as the sand, much lighter. They are not absorbing as much heat as a wildebeest would, so they're all still standing up, feeding. These wildebeest are just going, nope, it's time to kind of hunker down. Let's try and minimize any movement, save energy, not produce too much heat, just take it in. Oh, someone's up. Hey. One wildebeest has decided to defy the odds and stand up in the heat. I can only see that one. Can you see more? I think they're all lying down across the valley. That's very brave. Very, very brave. I think we'll go and have a closer look at them soon as well, see what everybody's up to on that side behind the bushes. For now, though, it sounds like Lisa is having a good time on the waterhole cameras in Okukuyu in Namibia, one of my absolute favorite places to watch the waterhole.
Beautiful day you are having yourself. Yes, I'm still just watching these storks. They are absolutely fascinating. They have just been preening and grooming themselves the whole time. It's been very fascinating, and again, as I say, for me, I only saw my very first one here in my life, not just in this location, but in my life last week. So very interesting to be learning about them. And of course, you know, we can always read and research and everything about animals, but it's best to just observe them, because I promise you, every location you see animals in is going to be different. The springbok here in Okukuyu do not behave the same as some springbok in South Africa, the more southern regions. So it really is super fascinating, and as I say, they've just been, I don't know, it's like a preening session, and they've been doing so for a good hour. But nonetheless, very fascinating. We've also still got all of our springboks present, as well as 2 of our wildebeest. And yes, I'm really just keeping my eyes peeled. Hopefully a rhino comes by, even if it is later today. I will definitely make a point of sharing that with you, or perhaps some elephants. But overall, it really has been such an awesome day, and I'm just loving the look of Okukuyu right now. All of the greenness, the lushness, the flowers, and you can see, of course, the animals are also loving it. And this is when animals and Mother Nature in general thrives, when there's rain. But of course, I'm sure all of you have seen, wherever you find yourself, whether you are on the other side of the world or in South Africa itself, rain seasons really have radically changed over the last 10-20 years. I mean, the rain season, you tend to expect a certain time of the year. Generally, it comes either, from what I've personally been observing, it comes later and later and later each year. And there could be various reasons for that. For me personally, I believe that global warming has got a lot to do with it. Of course, that is interfering with the atmosphere, and that is dramatically changing the weather patterns that we find all over the world. But right now, Okokoyo has at least received some rain, and hopefully it will still receive a lot more rain. Because even though these animals are enjoying the flowers now, and the greenery and everything, I'm sure you've seen even in Djuma, it's still green, it's still lush, but for me personally, I can already see a difference in the grass. You can see it is becoming a little bit drier already. So that's why a good rain season is really, really so important. So it can actually help the animals and help the environment throughout the rest of winter and the rest of the year, of course, until the new rain comes. So I really do hope we still get a lot of rain here. Charmaine, you would like to know if birds are able to fly when it rains. Yes, it depends on the size of the bird, the social structure of the bird. Is it a flocking bird? But I mean, if it's like massively storming, then no, they would find it a little bit difficult. But of course, if it's raining for days on end and birds need to move or traverse to a different area, they will definitely do so. But again, of course, rain is going to make it difficult. Because a lot of birds also rely on, sorry, the word is evading me. Like vultures, for instance, they'll go high up into the thermals. There we go, sorry. They'll go high up into the air and they'll actually catch a sort of a circulation of wind, which is called a thermal. And they'll just sort of float or soar, not float, soar in that by means of saving energy. But of course, if it's raining, then it's going to be a little bit difficult. So birds, especially or smaller birds, will tend to go deeper into trees or higher up in trees if they can, and actually seek some shelter and cover as much as they can. But it's not impossible. It's of course going to be much more challenging, but it's not impossible. I don't think anything in nature is impossible when it comes to dynamics and their behaviors and the things that they do on a daily basis. I love this wildebeest's face. Hey guy. Always so fascinating. How do these animals know? I mean, if you look at impalas and elephants, yes, most animals will give way for elephants because they are so massive, but they know those animals are not going to eat them. How do they know? Of course, animals give off certain pheromones and scents in which they communicate with not just the herbivores necessarily or just the carnivores, but all animals out here communicate. Like for instance, this wildebeest has got preorbital scent glands on its face. So it will actually go to a sandy patch, sort of rub its face in the sand and the soil, give off his cologne, and then just wait for the ladies. I mean, how arrogant. But, not just necessarily for reproduction purposes. Impalas, of course, have metatarsal scent glands on their legs, which they also communicate through if they are trying to run away from a predator, or if they are in rutting season or in mating season. And I always wonder, man, if I could just have one wish, it would be either to understand animals or to talk to animals, or to be able to have their senses, to pick up on those pheromones. Even your dogs at home, your cats at home, whether you have any pet at home, I'm sure you've noticed that they really pick up on certain scents. I always remember when my brother used to come home. We had I almost said a golden retriever, a cocker spaniel. And James would literally, his name was James. Sorry, James Henry, it's not you. But James would always like run up the stairs, and he would jump on my bed, and I had this massive window in front of my bed, and he would look down to the road. And I always wondered, oh my goodness, this dog is so silly. And I promise you, literally 5 to 7 minutes, I timed it, 5 to 7 minutes later, my brother would come driving in. How does he know? But of course, you know, they can hear so magnificently. He may have smelled him. So I think for animals out here in the wild, it's even so much more cute when it comes to smelling and hearing and tasting, because of course, you know, they do taste urine and certain scents as well to see, is this another male's territory? Is this perhaps a female that's ready to mate? It really never ceases to amaze me. This guy really just wants to be friends with any springbok. He doesn't care which one. Someone please just be friends with him. Hey guys, sorry, can I? You can't sit with us. Makes me think of high school. But again, how does that wildebeest know that springbok is not going to harm it? Is it instinctive? Is it by means of pheromones and scent? Is it something that's taught over from generation to generation, or is it just a really good combination of all of those? I mean, even if you look at something like these birds, something much smaller, but these lapwings know, yes, they are feisty, but they know that the storks are not going to do anything to them. How do they know that? Because if there was a bird of prey that were to be flying over them now, they would immediately, either alarm call or say something. But they know. Anyway, speaking of danger and alarm calls and all of that, I'm going to send you over to Nick and his sleepy predator.
Alrighty, our lion is still taking it easy. Still got his lovely little patch of shade here. You can see there is slightly more of him that is now in the sun. You can see his paws are now in the sun. One or two little spots piercing through those shrubs going on his face there. But you can still see the large majority of him is in the shade. That sort of darker, blacker part of his mane is in the shade. The whole of his stomach, back legs, hindquarters. So I think he's still good to go for the moment. There's been one or two small little stretches. But you can see how thick and dense it is. He can't really reverse back into that thicket more to get some shade. And I would say he might lie here for a while longer still, but at some point in time he will have to move. With the heat that we've got today, I don't see him going too far. I think just really shifting positions to get a little bit of shade. And his brother is still in the thickets as well, resting up. Haven't seen him since he went in earlier on. I mean, in terms of the lion's point of view, this really makes sense. There's no real reason to get up and be moving midday when it's as hot as it is now. It's going to be burning unnecessary calories. Remember, they did eat yesterday. They do have a waterhole close by here. Remember, he has just mated with one of the young lionesses. So the only potential reason to get up and move would be a territorial patrol. But again, that doesn't make sense to do it at this time of the day. Much better to do it tonight when it cools off. You can imagine if we continue with these clear skies throughout the afternoon and into the evening, all of the heat will escape. Eventually it's going to cool off and all that heat will escape. So we may well see this lion and his brother going on a patrol tonight. Who knows? It's amazing how clean and well kept that mane is, though. You can see how thick it is. It's dense. You don't often see a male lion with an unkept mane. I guess what makes a male lion is his size and his mane, and it's such a well kept part of the body. Lots of grooming, so he'll actively groom it himself. His brother, often before they do get up and move around to go hunting or on a territorial patrol, they would groom each other, obviously as a form of bonding, but also cleaning those very hard to get bits. For this lion, he would lick himself, but then he'd also sort of lick the paw and use that paw to comb through areas like the top of the head to try and groom there. Lower sections of the mane, he'd groom directly with his tongue. But to all the men out there who've got serious beards, you'll all know how hard it is to maintain and keep a well-kept beard. You know, brushing through that beard, or putting a little bit of beard oil on there, keeping it trimmed, keeping it in shape so it doesn't look wild and woolly. It's amazing how this lion can just do that so easily. And it's obviously a thing of maintenance, you know. It's not like you can just do it, alright, let me just set aside 1 hour per week just to clean this bad boy up. It's a continuous thing. It's a gradual, everyday occurrence, really. Oh, a little bit of an itch there. Signs of life. He is still breathing. Just having a look at his whiskers. They're not the longest whiskers in the world. You know, I was just thinking now, you compare it to something like a leopard. Let me see if I can take you in closer and show you what I mean. Oh, a little bit of a stretch. There we go, giving us a groom, just as we were talking about it. I put my money on him going back down. Yeah, there we go. If I could take back my words by talking about his whiskers, that would be perfect. Because if we would have been talking about grooming, he would have sat up, and then I would have been like Houdini, just making it happen. But you can see photography this time of the day a little bit difficult. You can see how bright those sunlight areas are, how bright those highlights on the ground is, and in terms of how dark it is in those shadows. So ideally, if you were looking to take an image of him here, I would go tight in on the face there and try and minimize as much of those bright highlight areas of his feet in the ground. And those are two very, very different lighting situations. Maybe wait for him to look up and get a little bit of eye contact. Looks like he is cleaning his mane there. Rosa lion's mane is largely a protective feature. Remember, when males are fighting with each other, the mane is going to protect the neck from wounds and hits and things from that rival male. Also, I guess it is a physical sort of appearance attribute to it, that when a female looks at him, there is a beautiful big mane. She can see the condition that he is in. But it'll be interesting to see what he does here. There's been a little bit of grooming. We haven't seen too much yawning, but he may potentially get up. I mean, we were talking about the shade shifting, but now that he has moved, he's completely in the shade again. Now that he has moved like this, look at his shoulder. Can you see there's a little bit of a wound on his shoulder? It looks like a bit of a puncture wound. So I would say that's more than likely going to be from this carcass that they've just eaten yesterday. He didn't have that wound on his shoulder there sort of 3 days ago, as far as I've seen. You can kind of just see it there. So remember, for lions, when they are fighting over carcasses, obviously any type of injury or wound will come sort of front on. So it's not like it's at the back of his body, then you might think it might be something different, possibly like a hyena or something. But I would say this is more than likely from his brother. In terms of photographing this scene, you can see there's lots of little stalks of grass and things like that in the foreground. So we've talked about the lighting conditions. In terms of focus, I think I would maybe, you've got two options. So on your camera you've got lots of different focus points. You know, the new cameras have got as much as 60 different focus points, and a lot of them on your stock standard sort of default setting will be to pick up the first thing, the closest thing to the camera. So you don't want that because there's grasses everywhere here. You can choose a single focus point. Your one slap bang in the middle is usually a very sensitive and good option to choose. So I would maybe go with a single focus point. You know, the autofocus cameras, the autofocus technique of these cameras these days is so good. The technology that it's got, it's usually right 99.9% of the time in terms of the focusing. Remember, a lot of these new mirrorless camera bodies have also got eye tracking, so it picks up on the eye of the animal that you're having a look at. Your second option would be manual focus. So remember, you can flick that switch on your lens from autofocus to manual focus, and then you'll have two rings on your camera lens. You'll have a zoom ring if it's obviously a telephoto zoom lens, and then your second one will be your focus ring, and then you could just line up with the lion. I would say the safer option would be at least to start with the autofocus of the camera. It's so good, it's so well developed, the tech inside there, like I was saying. That would be my choice, I would say. And if you're still struggling with that, then you give the little manual focus a bit of a crack. See if you can come right there. I think that little bit of grooming was more just associated with a little bit of shift in position that we saw there. You know, in terms of precursors to him maybe getting up, like we said, grooming is one of them, but often accompanied with that is 2 or 3 yawns. And we didn't see any type of yawning there. Remember, that waterhole is quite close by, it's just behind him, 20-30 meters. So if he was having a tough time, he could definitely have a drink of water. I feel like we're very lucky with the positioning of where he is at the moment. We saw his brother go into that impenetrable thicket. I feel like if this male did have to go and get a drink, it would be amazing to see that. But I feel like the likelihood of getting a spot of where we may get a clear view of him might become a little bit tricky. Yeah, obviously this Albany thicket biome that we're in is very dense, very thick. It can become a little bit tricky sometimes to to see the animals when they do go into the thickets off the road. You know, you've got certain areas that are slightly more open than others. Where we are here, we are relatively close to a deep valley. And obviously the lower down in your valleys, generally it's very dense. We saw the other day these two males on one of the crests of the hillsides, nice and open and relatively flat up there. It's a nice varied landscape for them to move through. This particular area, like you can see on the ground, quite hard, quite shaly, a little bit rocky. But we've got to keep in mind that even though these two males have eaten yesterday, they are positioned, they are resting here right next to a little water hole. And with the heat that we've got, there is every chance of attracting animals. You know, antelopes could come down and drink for sure. And I mean, the position of where this male is, you can't see the water from here, neither would an antelope see him from the water looking towards this direction. So there would be a possible chance of an ambush if something did come down. Yoshi, that's a good question. There's a few different factors that will determine the length and the density and the thickness of a lion's mane. So it's basically its physical condition, its overall well-being is going to be, if I could answer that in a few words, that's going to be your general answer. So you've got to look at if a lion is stressed. You know, stress can be a few different factors of maybe it could be drought and there's not a lot of water. Food's becoming a little bit hard to find because of drought. You know, those prey species, maybe their numbers have dropped. Other potential sources of stress could be other male lions, you know, a different rival coalition of male lions giving this male lion a tough time. All of those contribute to stress, and when stress impacts a lion, a male lion, that impacts his mane. So if he is growing, if he's a young male, anywhere between 1.5 years and let's say 3.5 years, his mane will grow slower than it usually should. If he's a fully developed male with a big mane already, we may see his mane thinning out, becoming shorter as well. So those are going to be your main factors of the thickness. Obviously over carcasses and things like that, fighting and hitting each other. Obviously we talked about the mane being a protective feature. I feel like appendage is not the right word. A protective feature. And obviously when that fighting happens, quite often little clumps of mane will get pulled out. But I think that's more of a rarity in terms of overall thickness of and condition of the mane, you know, in relation to sort of those stress factors. So I hope that answers your question. That's a really good one. That's a top-notch question. But you can see for this male, he's got a nice, big, thick mane. He's not stressed. He's been doing very well. Remember, he's still relatively young, 4.5 years. So he's still really coming into his prime. I mean, relatively speaking, he is still quite a young male lion. You know, if you look at a lion in captivity, in a zoo or something like that, I mean, that's a it's a whole nother argument and debate and things like that, but we're not going to open Pandora's box. But if you look at a lion in a situation like that, there are zero stresses on a lion like that, because they don't have to fight for territory. There's no other competition from other males. They're getting fed, they've got water, there's absolutely zero stress. And if you have a look at the manes of all of those males from captivity, they're huge. They're far bigger than any mane that you would find of a wild lion. And you can spot it from 1,000 miles away. Remember, when males do start growing their mane, usually by the age of sort of like 1.5 years or so, you can see the development of a mane is starting. You kind of see a little bit of a mohawk on the top of the back, and a little bit of fluff on the chest. And from there it slowly continues to develop. I feel like a lion of around 2 years old, I always feel like it's an unfortunate stage in their life. I feel like it's a teenager trying to grow his first beard, and he thinks it's lekker, thinks it's cool to have a beard, but it's just a weak effort, a patchy thing. It's got no style. I feel like a lion of 2 years. They've all got to go through that phase, There was a study done between the lions in South Africa and the lions in East Africa, male lions specifically, in terms of the preference of a mane being a darker colored mane like this one, or a mane that's more golden in color. A little bit of a reposition there for him. Yeah, he's obviously quite happy with his initial spot. So yeah, like I was saying, there was that study that was done in terms of preference of females with those males. And they found that the males in South Africa prefer darker manes, and the females in East Africa prefer lighter colored manes. Emily, if I heard correctly, your question is, do male lions get thicker manes in captivity? I'm just going to wait just for confirmation of that message, if that is correct. Ah, Emily, I finally got your question right. They do. Lions in captivity generally will live longer because of those stress factors that we talked about. They're almost non-existent, or to a far greater degree. They will be less stressful than conditions of lions in the wild. So if you look at the wild, males will live for sort of 12, 13 years or so. I mean, that being a general number. They can live shorter, they can live slightly longer. And females living slightly longer than the males, sort of 15, 16 years. Obviously, being recorded living longer than that as well. But as a general rule of thumb, that is the sort of the number, the age that wild lions will live to. And for sure, I'm not exactly sure what the age sort of average is of lions that live in captivity, but you can imagine why it would be longer. But for this male and his brother, he's doing well. They're settling in well into the area here.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
In terms of where we are now, we said we're relatively close to a valley, but in terms of roaring, they would go to a ridge line. Starbuck, there we go. I kind of just started to talk about that and I kind of got a bit sidetracked there. So yeah, I was saying there was that study that was done between males in East Africa and males here in South Africa, and largely there's very different landscapes, very different vegetation types. You know, South Africa definitely being a lot thicker, a lot scrubbier compared to if you think of a lot of your Masai Mara, Serengeti type of landscapes. And I guess because it is so much more open up there, there's a lot more grassland, and a blonde mane will be more camouflaged up in East Africa. So during that study that they did, they found that the lionesses preferred blonder maned males, and here in South Africa they preferred darker maned males. In terms of having a look at the mane, you know, manes that have a blacker, darker color, they definitely are more striking. I think they do give off the impression of a strong, healthy genetic animal. For a lioness, she obviously wants the best genetic the best genetics possible that she could really get. And you know, I think that's why the lionesses prefer darker maned males. Alright, let's take you across to Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. We are still just watching the beautiful springbok. And the wildebeest have finally left and taken off. But furthermore, it's just been pretty chilled out here in Okokoyo. Of course, the animals are just trying to get some shade, feeding here and there where they can. What really got me excited was the springbok getting into the water earlier on, which is something we generally often see on a daily basis. But for the past 2 months or so, it has not been a common occurrence. So I got very excited about that. But as you see, our Abdom stork is still around. Storks are still around. And yes, as I say, other than that, it is just pretty peaceful over here. Man, I just wish we could get a predator. You know, the one thing I also haven't seen here in Okokoyo, which I'm very jealous of Alex, is a male lion, just like we had with Nick now. I am yet to see a male lion here in Okokoyo. And of course, they are magnificent creatures. They really are so fascinating from beginning to end, you know, when you chat about their manes, as I heard all of you did, and, you know, the coloration of the manes, the size of the manes. Again, that just brings me back to my question. How do these animals know? Of course, you know, they can make out the shape and the size and all of that and the shade of the mane. But again, what is that sort of preference? Just like I often, you know, I think about monogamous birds and animals that do, to our knowledge and to our understanding, mate for life, like jackals, for instance. How do they choose each other? And I mean, it's probably just like humans, you know, there's certain things that are deal breakers, certain things that are an absolute must. But is it just sort of like a, hey, I like how you smell, let's just have some puppies, or what is it about them? And the same with lions. Of course, you know, they are not monogamous, but there is definitely a female, of course, needs to allow a male to mate with her. And I've seen some pretty aggressive females. My previous reserve that I worked on, there was a pride that was called the Bosplaas pride, and that actually referred to the northern region that or area that we often found them in on the reserve. But those were, I promise you, it was the most beautiful lions I've ever worked with in my life. The biggest females I've ever seen, and what I really loved about them, I don't know about the dynamics now, this was, where are we now? This was a good 3 years ago. And of course, you know, it does change over time. But when I was last there, it was typically a pride that you would almost never see a male with. I remember once also observing them, and one of the males trying to mate with a female. And let's just say he got the smack and the scratch of his life. So it really is super fascinating. So, always so incredible when you look at these animals. But I really am hoping that we see a male lion, even if it's not today. That is perfectly fine. But if you are just joining us on Escape to Nature, welcome and thank you so much for tuning in with us. We really love having all of you. It's been a busy day, it's been a productive day. We've had some Abdom storks, as you see now, here in Okokoyo, as well as the springboks. And then Tess has also had the three amigos, the cheetah brothers, or the coalition of male cheetahs in Amakala. And then Nick has had beautiful male lions. We only had visual of one at a time, but they are sleeping, they are full, they are fat. So it really has been a super productive day. And overall, here in Okokoyo, it has just been pretty peaceful, very relaxing, and of course that is what Escape to Nature is all about. When we do get the bigger mammal sightings and action and all of that, it's always a bonus. It's never a given, it's never a right. It's always just an absolute privilege, everything that we see, from the terrapins to the springbok, to absolutely everything that we get to observe and actually witness out here. But of course we are live, so please do send through your questions, your comments. If you want to send them to me, I'm Lisa, I'm the waterhole naturalist. Tess is in Amakala, Nick is in Kariga, and then Ben, hopefully Ben is still around, but Ben is in Madikwe. So if you would like to ask any of us anything, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. And again, it can be about the animals, it can be about the location that we are currently in, or even other locations. Or perhaps you just want to chat about anything in specific. You can definitely get in touch with us and let us know. So this is what I was mentioning earlier on, or referring to earlier on, your wildebeest males. They will sort of just chill and do their own thing. Every now and again they'll go to a sandy patch, rub their faces on that area, and then they might lie down in that actual area or just not too far away from it. So that is just scent marking, advertising themselves to females. Very cheeky, I say, but perhaps a good strategy. You don't want to, you want to put yourself out there, but you also don't want to go looking for the females, like we saw that poor Impala ram in Juma. He now has all of those lambs to take care of and embrace all of that energy and listen to all of the ladies complain about how they don't like the grass and the grass might be greener on the other side. Just be a wildebeest. Put yourself out there, but don't go looking for it. Pamela, so you would like to know if springboks only live in herds that consist of females only? No, not at all. Not at all. You can find them in harems in some areas. Sometimes you can find them in mixed herds where you've got males and females. Again, it's easy for us as humans, to read a book and to say that this is the only thing that animals do. Lions only hunt at night. Cheetahs prefer hunting in the day, and leopards are the only animals that can climb trees very sufficiently. It's not the case, Any animal will adapt to their environment, to their social structures around them, the dynamics and everything. So no, you can actually find them in mixed herds as well. And specifically during this time, and specifically in an area like this, it is very, very open and it's very dangerous. And again, that's what our common logic tells us. So that's probably why they herd together, just like a lot of the other animals, like we see zebras and wildebeest and oryxes and all of these animals being able to coexist. So just looking at them like this, I wouldn't be able to tell you who's who and who is with who. But no, definitely not. There are, of course, males around as well, for they have impregnated the ladies or given them lambs. But no, you can find various situations. Ooh, it seems like we might get a bit of never mind. Poor attempt. So the males, of course, just like a lot of other antelope, like the impalas and kudus and nyalas, they will definitely spar as well. And again, that is just to say who's the bigger male, who's the stronger one, who's more impressive. Oh, just look at our chickadees. They really have become so big. I can't believe it. Now, if you are wondering, of course, Okokoyo is much different than all of our other locations, I would say. From Djuma to Pridelands to Madikwe, pretty much everywhere. This is a very, very interesting location when you look at the actual look of it, but also the geography about it, the topography, the type of grass and flowers and trees and vegetation and everything that you might find around here. Now, Okokoyo is known as the largest salt lake in Africa. Now, all of these white rocks, I get so obsessed with my children, which are the Egyptian geese, if you are wondering. The only children I have are animal children. Just to get back, the white rocks. Now, this is all because of the salts and the minerals that you'll find in this area, which is also, when I started at Wild Earth, I thought, how on earth would any animal be able to live here? Because right now it's pretty, believe me, this is stunning. All of the greenery we have around, all of the animals we have around, the flowers, the lushness, everything, it's just really pretty. But a month or two ago, this was all white with grey and brown soil in between. Now, the white rocks is, of course, due to all of the salts and the minerals that you'll find in this area, which actually creates the coloration of the rocks. It's called calcrete. And then the grass and the flowers and everything that is beautiful right now is all thanks to the rain. So that's why I mentioned earlier, I really do hope we get a lot more rain so that we can actually pull through the whole of the year until the next summer, of course. Oh my goodness. Someone just got scolded. Just want to have a look, see what created that drama. It's probably just one of the springbok or someone coming too close. Of course, even though the goslings are really growing up, the parents are still super, super protective and defensive. For any of you that are out there that are parents, I'm sure you can relate. Even if you just have, if you have animal children, I'm sure we all can relate to that feeling that doesn't matter how big they get, you are always protective of them. And yes, I know animals and people are not the same thing. My mother often tells me this when I tell her, when she says, when are we getting grandchildren? And I say, no, we'll probably get a puppy one of these days. She's not too impressed when I answer that. But just like we see with these geese, they will always be protective of them for as long as they are with them, of course. Man, these crows are noisy. Super, super noisy. But again, we never complain. I think the only exception for me is a Hadida ibis. That's the only time I can't really become one and have a therapy session with Mother Nature. It's just, I don't know how you cope with that sound. Perhaps if you had earmuffs on. But luckily that's not something I've heard here. But seeing the Abdom stork here, and of course the bee eaters that we've been seeing the past couple of weeks. I actually saw a lilac-breasted roller earlier on. Of course it flew off into the tree line before I could actually get to it. But I was rather surprised by that and very excited, of course. We'll also start to see along with that the migratory birds, a lot of changes in the animal behavior. As I mentioned, we often see elephants here. Up to 3 months ago, I would say we probably had elephant sightings on a daily basis. Oh, there's one of our bee eaters that just took off. And now it has completely, or even just filled a little bit. And if something is in fact a man-made waterhole like Okokoyo, it is possible to fill it up. But again, that is only in dire need. You never want to make animals dependent on what you give them, whether it's water or any extra minerals that can be put out. I know in a lot of reserves, my previous reserve that I actually worked on, every day, every third day. Oh, I should remember this. I think every third day. Let's just go with that. But every third day or so, we actually, in the winter times, we went out and in various areas, we actually put salt licks for extra minerals for the animals that don't get it from the grass and the trees and everything in the winter time. But eventually, we had to slowly start phasing it out, because the animals became really, really comfortable with the vehicles, and they sort of got excited, woohoo, I hear a vehicle, it must be some salt, or it must be a bale of hay. So, hey. But you have to be very careful when you do things like that. So even if you do have a man-made watering hole, it will, for the most part, only be filled up in really, really dry conditions, that there is no other option. Just trying to find out or figure out that one in the grass, if it's a lamb or an adult. Okay. Tis an adult, for it's got horns. Oh, what is that? Just give me 1 second. I'm not too sure. I might just be looking at another springbok. Ah, it's another springbok. Woohoo! Larry, you would like to know, how do springbok adapt to dry places? So they are actually made, quotation marks, made for these sort of areas. So springbok, oryx, even your eland sometimes, they can actually survive in these sort of areas. Number one, they are not water dependent, so they don't constantly have to keep drinking water. And number two, of course, animals acclimate, they adapt. But something like your springbok, your oryx specifically, you'll see they have a lot of black and white markings on their faces. Now that could potentially be for temperature regulation, so that is definitely also a tool that they'll use. But for the most part, not being water dependent definitely does help them. But of course, when there is water around, they will drink it. It's not like animals are like, okay, well, I don't need water, so I'm not going to drink it. It's if you're out here, you never know when you might see water again, so they will stay hydrated if they can. But yes, those are actually your main reasons why. The temperature regulation. Of course, there are grazers. Ooh, look at an impala. And then the not being water dependent definitely helps, which is, again, as I say, that is probably why we have not, goodness Lisa, let's try English, have not seen our elephants in literally, if I had to count, I would say it's probably been 2 months now that we have not seen elephants, which is sadly quite some time. But that being said, and that's just me guessing, I think it's probably a month and a half, 2 months. But of course, it has rained, other water holes have filled up, and elephants will travel for kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. And I don't mean 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 kilometers, hundreds of kilometers if they need to. Elephants, of course, are very, very water dependent animals, but they'll only travel that far if something is pushing them. Just like other animals, birds that migrate, animals that migrate, whether, it's really, really vast distances or just from north to south in a private game reserve, animals move for two reasons: food and water, and reproductive reasons or reproduction reasons. So if there's water nearby, the elephants, let's say the elephants have traversed, in the meanwhile it's rained and now they've got water close to them, they've got enough food, then they don't need to come here anymore. They are no longer restricted just to one area. Of course, for a very, 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 very long time, Okokoyo used to be one of the main water holes for the animals, but that is no longer the case, which is sad for us. It sucks, let's be honest. But for the animals it's good, because now they can just sort of, freely traverse and move around as they need be. Ooh, Lisa, that is the sky. Those are not animals. So over here, if you look to the left bottom of your screen, this is how they will fill a man-made water hole. Not all of them, all of them are different. I know in the Sawi-San there are a lot of them that you physically have to go drive out in the field and you have to actually open the borehole and everything. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I know in Okokoyo it is a bit simpler. I don't know if the tap is literally in someone's office or, outside perhaps just in camp. But here where we see this smaller wall, that is where the actual pipe runs and then the water hole is able to fill up. But again, that for the most part is really when it's very, very, very necessary. And for the most part, it has water. I don't want to say all year round. I never want to jinx anything. But I think specifically in the winter time, there's way much more activity. And I honestly thought that, 2 weeks ago, I thought we'd have a lot more activity. I'm very excited about the bird activity, though, that we are seeing, like the Abdom stork. One of these days we might be seeing flamingos later on this year, so that will also be exciting. But I honestly thought in terms of animal activity we'd have a lot more. But again, as I say, there are so many other resources for animals now. Not just necessarily the formal water holes, but puddles and other water sources that the animals now have in the tree line and beyond. So that really does assist them. Not us so much, but that is perfectly fine as long as they are happy and healthy. keep hoping every time I come to one side or just move around a little bit, I might bump into a rhino. But it might still be a little bit early. Again, animals don't have a time frame, but for the most part, from what I've seen personally here in Okokoyo, if they do come around, the black rhinos, it's generally later in the afternoon, even sunset. They really know how to create a beautiful silhouette against the water. But for now, we will just indulge in these beautiful antelope. And remember, you can send me your questions, your comments. I love to hear from all of you. Anything in particular you would like to chat about? I think it's a baby. I'm not too sure. It can be very, very confusing when you are lying down. Alrighty, well, I'm going to continue watching this beautiful scene unravel, and while I do so, I'm gonna send you over to, I think it was Ben, who's got my favorite animal.
Distance between us and him now, but one solitary bull. He was with a younger bull, okay, we have got a male elephant for you. Oh, and some zebras running out of his way. The elephant's just disappearing up the road. There he is. You can see some beautiful tusks on him. My mic pack is on. I will see what I can do with it.
Sorry about that, not too sure what happened, but we'll try to get Ben and his elephant back. Beautiful rear end we saw on that heffalampy. But any view of an elephant is a good view. But yes, it is still, nothing's changed, no updates, no rhino yet, no elephants outside. It has been pretty peaceful here in Okokoyo today. But overall, a brilliant day on Escape to Nature. impala friend has come around finally. Wonder if he will drink water, but I think for now all of the animals are just really enjoying the lush green grass. And of course, that is assisting them as well to not have to constantly drink water. They get a lot of moisture out of the actual vegetation that they are feeding on, whether it's leaves or grass. Just like we often see butterflies in the summertime as well, just chilling on some poop. They get a lot of moisture out of the dung as well. So that is why I say rain is good for so many things. Oh, there's your friend. I was wondering, why are you alone? It's a bachelor's party. Woohoo! Pre-weekend. You see, they are living the better lives. Personal belief. I'm not saying that is what I would do, but just think, if you could rather just hang out with a few impala, or if you had to be the protector, the father, everything else of so many females and so many lambs, what would you choose? Alrighty, well, I see we have some impala action again in Djuma, so let us go over and see what is happening there. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Literally just before we came over, all of the females and the youngsters and everyone was bolting for their lives. Not too sure why. But just glad to see they are still sticking around. They are definitely very vigilant. Just give me a moment. I just want to listen and see if we can hear anything. Not too sure what all the fuss is about. That wildebeest also came storming out now. So I do just want to make sure there is nothing obvious lurking about. I actually had hoped when that wildebeest came out we would see some elephants. As I mentioned, it's not that they have a fear of them, it's just a matter of respect. Something that big you are definitely going to give way for. But alas, it does not seem like there are any elephants around. Oh, we do have some more impala around though. Definitely thought I just saw movement in this tree, but it might just be all of the butterflies that were bypassing. Oh, that's disappointing. I'm telling you, one of these days, I'm going to zoom in on these trees. And I shall find myself a kitty cat that is taking a nap. What are you eating that could really be that difficult? Perhaps a marula? Ah! That was funny. Yes, he was eating a marula. Just getting the juice out as much as he can, and then he actually spat it out. That was cool. It's something you don't see every day. Shame, you can actually see how hot this guy is just by looking at his breathing. Definitely heating up in Djuma, which is a good thing. What are you doing? Ooh, I'm just trying to get this butterfly, and of course it flies away. Because it's got wings, Lisa, so it's able to fly away. Zoe, you would like to know if impalas get bigger as they get older, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, but their actual body will just grow up to a certain size, and then the males. This really is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Then the males, of course, this is, for instance, a younger ram. Their horns still grow and curve. But yes, definitely. And then your females, they'll just sort of get one size. As soon as they're fully grown, they're fully grown. They don't continue growing. I hope that answers your question. If not, let me know. That's really yes. Oh my goodness, you just dropped your marula. This really is so funny. I mean, I've seen this before, but this really is classic. How they are getting as much juices as possible and then just spitting the pip out. Just like we do when we eat marulas. At least they are utilizing a little bit more as elephants. Elephants just sort of suck it, get some of the juice out, and then just swallow it and defecate it out whole pretty much again. This is honestly so funny. Looks like they are chewing gum. I'll get back to these funny guys now. I just want to have a look at the actual water hole. Just see if we can see anything that the Egyptian geese might be fussing about. Sometimes they do just throw tantrums because they can, but I do just want to make sure. No. Nothing that I can see. So as naturalists, of course, when we see marulas on safari, especially during this time of the year, we get super excited because you can eat it. But for me, I just think of work when I see a marula. Because my previous lodge where I was working, the liqueur amarula that is actually made from marula fruits, my previous lodge worked very closely with them. And with the elephant that actually was the model and the ambassador. So we literally had to, in a day, if you were lucky enough not to have guests, you got to be the lucky ranger that went out and picked up marulas. I think probably, if I'm not mistaken, it was something like 4 20 kgs, like the size of a 20 kg bag. 4 of those at least. And we were not allowed to, to fill it up with rocks. My colleague Ruan and I tried. We were not successful. But no, it's a lovely fruit. Do not get me wrong. But I've never really understood how the liqueur is actually made from the fruit. I've never tasted the actual fruit in the liqueur. Perhaps I've drunk too much at a time and then you can't taste it anymore. But no, that's what all of these antelope, these beautiful impalas are after, are the marula fruits. And of course it's a tree, it's from the marula tree that fruits anything from January up to March, April. And a lot of the animals really take advantage of this time of the year, not just for the grass and the leaves and the flowers, but also for the fruits and the berries that a lot of the trees do bear. It looks like he's it looks like those knickerballs. I remember whenever I can't remember what you call those machines, but you know, those machines that you always had outside the theater or the movies or like a store or something, and you could actually get a knickerball. I would cry my eyes out and beg my father to get me a knickerball, and then I pretty much do what that impala just did. Just and that's enough. Spit it out.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
You see, now I'm getting distracted by butterflies. Let me rather just stay with the impalas. Otherwise, I will make all of you very, very, very dizzy. If I were to attempt to stay up with the butterflies, follow them all around. Well, I don't know about you. That was thoroughly entertaining. That marula spitting competition that they had. You know, I bet it's like boktrolspoeg that we as naturalists do. They just probably did it with the marulas. But anyway, for now, I'm going to send you over to the lovely Tess, who is in Amakhala.
It really has been an absolutely spectacular morning through to the afternoon on Escape to Nature. If you're just joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us out in the African wilderness. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out here at Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. Behind the camera is Morgan, and we have had a spectacular morning. We've torn ourselves away from 3 beautiful male cheetahs. It was very hard to do, let me tell you. But it was a great way for us to start our morning. They settled down and started sleeping, but we had a really interesting morning with them and with some black wildebeest and other things. And of course, all around we had a lion with Nick as well, and even some impalas having a great time at Djuma Waterhole with Lisa. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day out in the bush. For now, we are looking at something completely different. This is my second day at Amakhala. Morgan is showing me all of the sights. We're listening to all of the sounds. There's some new smells for me, some new plants, definitely new birds, and of course some very beautiful landscape that is very different to where Lisa is with the waterhole in Djuma in the Sabi Sand Nature Reserve, all the way north in Limpopo and Mpumalanga area. So down here in the Eastern Cape, we have got these really big rolling hills that you can see. There's some cloud cover building up. And I've just been admiring the view because this is a part of Amakhala I have never been to before. And we came up here because it is popular for brown hyenas, which is very high up on my list of animals I have never seen and want to see. And we figured this is a beautiful spot to just have a look, but also just absolutely soak in all of the incredible history and topography of this place. I can't believe how big it is. Everywhere that you can see at the moment, pretty much, is Amakhala. 8,605 hectares of pristine wilderness, 5 different habitats within this, which is just wow. I mean, that's not something you find in a lot of places, let me tell you. It's really, really not. If you want to know what the different habitats are, it's a mixture of grassland, coastal dune forests, which is my favorite so far on Amakhala, subtropical thickets, there's a bit of Nama Karoo, and fynbos. How interesting is that? Fynbos is found in very limited sections of the country and the world. Most of it is found in the Western Cape, close to Cape Town. And so there's a little patch of that paradise here in Amakhala as well. And it brings a whole new variety of fauna and flora, mostly succulents, flowers and birds. So some absolutely brilliant things to have a look at, and certainly something that's been fascinating to me while I've been here. But one of the things that really interests me about this area, and especially looking at it like this, is the history of the reserve and how this entire area used to be used as farmland. For 150 years, from about 1850 to almost 2000, I think it stopped in around 1999, this was cattle farming, Angora goats, sheep, dairies as well. So this is very different now to what it used to be, and was then converted in 1999 to a game reserve, and has kind of rewilded itself to the position that it's in now. All this lush greenery and just teeming with wildlife across such a large area. And an amazing diversity of wildlife too. Everything from all the rarities, aardvark, aardwolf, brown hyena, cheetah, even black-footed cat. That's something high up on my list too. All the way through to many birds. More birds here than you'll find in the entire Sabi Sand Nature Reserve, just on Amakhala. So it's done fantastically to come back to this state from so long with farming. Samuel, this area is really well known for incredibly large, beautiful, tall aloes. And with the elephants here, there are not very many aloes around. Morgan is looking around frantically trying to find an aloe, but we can't find one. But Amakhala is the Xhosa name for land of the aloes. And so this entire area is very well known for aloe plants, beautiful and tall with those bright orange flowers on the top. We'll try and find one for you at some point. And this was riddled with aloes, but of course that is an elephant's favorite food out here. So I don't know how many are left, but absolutely aloes everywhere, I suppose, outside of the elephant's reach. So Xhosa is the local language here, and that is land of the aloes. It's actually a language I had to speak at school as well. You as well, Morgan? We had to learn some of the basics. It is such a fascinating area with history. Do you know that they found dinosaur fossils here? The first, yeah, the oldest. It's just unbelievable. So this area has got so much history. And I actually remember doing a field trip in my university career many years ago. It feels like many moons ago. Where we went and actually looked for fossils. And we, the Eastern Cape and the Karoo in particular is really, really well known for a wealth of fossils. Plants, animals, insects, of course, things like dinosaurs. It's just amazing. There's excavation sites here, and in fact those dinosaurs you can see at the Albany Museum in Grahamstown. But just, if you think about the fact that there were dinosaurs roaming around here that many years ago, it is amazing. Absolutely amazing. But even those shell middens, we'll have to show you sometime. Morgan was showing them to me yesterday, and I'd heard about them, but to actually see them was something very, very different. And this is supposedly from the San people that were hunter-gatherers that used to make the trip down to the coast and back and bring all of these coastal foods back with them, and the shells in particular have all deposited in particular sites. It's just unreal. So much history here. But even just, looking out like this, and Morgan, I can't do it properly yet, but Morgan has been pointing out to me where all the different parts of the property are, and just to see how extensive it is. Knowing from here, I can see where we were yesterday, where there's the cave. Just past that, there's those shell middens, the shell sites. Right down in that valley. Aloe Point, we were there yesterday. Very nice. So it's a beautiful lookout over this big open basin at the bottom of that mountain. That's a kind of cliff drop-off with rock faces. So much diversity. And down in the basin is a really popular place for a lot of animals. It's a dry riverbed at the moment, the Bushman's River. And we're actually hoping any day now, within the next few years, which sounds long, but any day now it could change and start flowing, because it goes in that natural cycle of 5 to 7 years of drought, and then you get a bit of rain and it starts to flow again, and then 5 to 7 years of drought. And you wouldn't say that we're in the middle of a drought now. Look how green it is. it's mind-blowing. But if you look at all the water holes in the rivers, everything is dry. So there's been enough rain to nourish the plants, but not enough rain to actually fill everything that needs to be filled. I'm almost convinced from here you can see all the way to the foot of the mountains in Lesotho. It's such a beautiful view.
Maybe not.
Maybe not that far. Cross-country visuals. Djuma's up there somewhere. Keep going. Absolutely stunning. So I'm trying to imagine what it would have looked like many years ago with farms. And I suppose, in a way, you could probably still see quite a few remnants of that. Open fields and things like that that might have been cleared for cattle grazing. But the way that the bush has recovered, there is so much thicket here. You would never say that this used to be filled with cattle and sheep. And the occasional Angora goat. If you haven't seen one of those, Google it. They are quite interesting looking. Their horns are unreal. They have a corkscrew spiral out the side of the heads. And now we can see cheetahs here, we can see lions here, servals, caracals, black-footed cat, African wildcat, elephants, warthogs. Oh, I haven't seen gemsbok yet, oryx. Lisa probably has in Namibia. The waterhole. But I haven't shown you any gemsbok yet. That's still on my list. So much to see. So we were hoping as well, coming up to this area, that we might find the Knysna Turaco. These dune forests that surround us at the bottom of the hill. That's definitely something that's on the bucket list too. Can hear them occasionally. Haven't seen one yet. What did you spot, Morgan?
Nothing.
Okay, good to know. Just beautiful scenery. Now this area is also particularly well known for aardvark, and I can see why. You know, everywhere we go there's these termite mounds of excavations. There's actually one just down to the right of us here that's definitely been dug out. And they must be so happy in this area. They really must. There's just, everywhere you look, there's a new termite mound. Look at the amount of termite mounds around this big termite mound that has been dug out. And I'm sure they've been dug as well, but maybe just on the other side where we can't see. But there's certain areas where there's just termite mounds and not even that much vegetation. And every single one has diggings out of the side. Now this doesn't affect the colony too much. They can just close the termite mounds back up from the inside. But there's so many of them that a snack for an aardvark isn't really that much of a dent in the overall population. But the aardvarks must be very happy, and I'd love, love, love to see one of those. Comes from the Afrikaans name that literally means earth pig, because they dig up the earth and they look a little bit like a pig. Just with much longer ears and a much longer snout and a tail, a long tail. So many things on my list. So my main goal, literally for the next few days, I'm sure even the first week that I'm here, so another 5.5 days at least, is just exploring. There is so much to see, so much to absorb here. It's an entirely different habitat to that I'm used to. Even though I grew up in the Eastern Cape, I've only worked in the Lowveld, which is a very different habitat, vastly different to everything down here, where it's very succulent, very thick, very foresty, very sandy, lots of dunes. Totally different environment. And so for me, even though I've been on holiday in and around the Eastern Cape many, many times, this is really an eye-opener to actually be here and staying here consistently, soaking it all in. Around every corner I'm seeing something I either haven't seen before, hadn't noticed before, or kind of recognize, but there's so much more to learn. But I feel like that's the best way. The best way to be out in the bush. If you haven't learned something new, then you haven't looked hard enough. Okay. We are going to keep going and exploring down the hill, and I'll send you over to Ben and Igor in Madikwe to see what they've got for you.
Hello everybody, welcome back up to Madikwe. I think a little earlier we did show you an elephant, but I believe there was a little audio blip, so apologies for that. But we have got more elephants for you, who have just had a little drink in this dam. We are quite far in, well, not in the south, but sort of south central area, south of the airstrip, not too far from our home base, Jackie's Lodge. And we've got a little herd of ellies who are sheltering in the shade of a tambuti tree, and sort of intermittently going to have a little bit of a drink here and there, and a bit of a splash of mud to cool off on what's actually turned out to be quite a warm day. Despite the fact that there was rain forecast for today, we have had none, and if anything the clouds have cleared a little bit, although they still look a little ominous in certain directions. Not that we are complaining whatsoever. We've had having a lovely sighting of these elephants milling around the waterhole here. We did have one a little earlier, completely passed out, just unconscious on the floor, flat on its side, taking a moment to itself, having a little bit of R&R. And we've got one at the moment who's sort of almost propped up against the tree, it seems. And this one's just going back to join the little group. They're all sheltering in the shade of this tambuti. You might have heard a little rumble there. We've got one little youngster. That was the guy who was completely flat on his side a little bit earlier. But apparently, as we all do when we wake up, time for a good scratch. Hear the noise. I doubt you'll probably be picking it up. You can actually hear that rough skin being scratched up against the trunk of the tree, which has already been worn relatively smooth by exactly this action. You can see that big female at the back. Sorry, she's got a bit of sickle bush in her way, but she's having a good scratch sort of up between the around the eye area, between the eye and the ear. You can hear the sort of almost like sandpaper. You can see how that tree has been smoothed over many years of elephants doing exactly this. The youngster looks as if he's just trying to scratch the front of his trunk. It'd be great to have a trunk to reach most parts of your body, but if the front of your trunk itches, it's going to be difficult. Yes, Amy, it is beautiful. It's a little family group. There's probably 7 or 8 of them, but we've had a few others coming and going over the last sort of 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we've seen a couple of them have a drink, but these ones sort of came out of the bushes just onto the right. So they've come out of nowhere. It's really, really thick sickle bush in this area, and we've got this little oasis of water. And they just suddenly popped out, and there was 1 or 2 having a drink that sort of grumbled at each other, and then they disappeared. And a lot of these have not actually gone down for a drink. They've just sort of parked themselves under the shade of this Tamboti and are just having a little bit of quiet time, a little bit of family bonding. I see there's another one just coming in from the back. It's so hard to see here. These sicklebush stands are so dense. Igor and I were chatting, so if you're walking through one of these, you'd smell and hear an elephant long before you saw it, that's for sure. And they just sort of appear as if from nowhere. We started off with 3 or 4, and so we're probably up to sort of 7 or 8 now. And I think so there were a couple of stragglers from a previous herd here earlier, because say when these ones came out of the bushes there was not an aggressive, but that sort of elephant sort of rumble that they do, that communication. I think the one got a little bit of a fright more than anything else, because these ones just popped out of the bush and said, "How's it?" And the other ones got a bit of a fright, and they sort of greeted one another and then disappeared off into the sicklebush on the other side. I guess obviously a little bit of time share. This is obviously a well-used shade spot, this Tamboti tree. See this one at the front. I was asked a question this morning about broken tusks, how elephants lose tusks. They normally it's through fighting, but that is a female, so how she lost that tusk I'm not sure, because generally speaking females don't do that much fighting with one another, but possibly by trying to lever off a branch, or maybe she had weak teeth, which some people do. That happens in humans as well. Some people have better teeth than others and spend more time at the dentist than others have to. They are the unfortunate people, because nobody likes going to a dentist. But this one certainly does look as if she's lost her left tusk, or right tusk as you're looking at it. Her left tusk looks like it's been snapped off just pretty much by the skin. But you can see lots of fanning of ears, just trying to cool down. There is a nice breeze at the moment, but it has been quite still today. And just fanning those ears and getting airflow passing over that thin skin with the blood vessels sticking out on the other side, which we can't see obviously from this angle, but very, very thin. So by flapping those ears and keeping them in the shade, it just cools that blood down and sends it around the rest of the body to help keep the core temperature of the elephant cooler.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
And what an awesome way to end our day on Escape to Nature. It is still pretty peaceful, as you can see. I've really just been enjoying the picturesque scene of Okokoyo. Really, it's, even though, you know, it's still just the springbok and the storks and every now and again impala or wildebeest, it really is so peaceful, beautiful, therapeutic. And I really just have had the best day, as I hope all of you have too. Oh, it really has been such an amazing day. We've seen cheetahs, we've seen lion, elephants, of course so many antelope and general game, and a lot of beautiful animals, of course. All of our Abdom storks here, which really has made my day. It's a first for me. But remember, after this, please do stay tuned for Just Nature. Of course, it's one of our exciting new shows, so do stay tuned for that. And then, of course, this afternoon, it'll be Sunset Safari. Woohoo! And I really have had such an amazing day with all of you, as have Tess and Nick and Ben. It really has been so incredible. And of course, it has been such a peaceful day here in Okokoyo. You can just see how these springbok are really loving this grass. Jeez, just look at them go at it. Calm down, there is enough for everyone. I don't understand why we have to be on the same patch, but alright, what do I know? Well, if you are as chilled as I am right now, you will definitely love Just Nature after this. It is super chilled, very meditative. Teresa, you are saying this has been a beautiful escape to nature. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us, and thank you to all of you. It really has been an incredible day, and thank you for all of your questions, all of your comments. We really do appreciate all of you jumping on board with us and going on safari with all of us, even if it is a much more laid-back safari, of course. It really has been a beautiful day, and I hope everyone has an awesome rest of their wings. Thursday? Gosh, Thursday. Besides Thursday, let's get a calendar, shall we? Thursday, my apologies. Ooh, we've still got our Impala bachelors around. But please do join us again tomorrow as well for Escape to Nature, where we will be having another therapy session and just catching up with all of the animals, the noises, the sounds, and of course learn as much as we can. And then I shall see you again this afternoon, hopefully, for Sunset Safari. Technically we won't see each other, but you'll hear me. And I hope you have an awesome day. Thank you so much for joining us today. From myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, bye donkey. From Tess, all the way in Amakala, thank you so much. From Nick in Kariga, and then of course Mr. Ben in Madikwe. We really want to thank all of you for spending your time with us today, for asking your questions, for giving your comments, and of course for showing your interest and your love for wildlife. That really is the one thing that connects us all. And I thank you all so much for just spending your day with us and everything you have seen with us today and experienced with us today. It really has been an incredible day, and I will leave you with a beautiful scene of the beautiful green Okukoyo. Have a beautiful Thursday.